rates, because that's the other thing. While it's 3.5 down, the interest rates, if you got 580 credit score, is going to be closer to 7%, 7 or 7.5%. But if you got 3.5% down on the property and a 650 or 685 credit score, then you're likely to see closer to 5.5% interest rates on a house, which makes the requirements to get in there a lot cheaper. So that's why I was telling y'all about fixing y'all credit last year. And then I was telling y'all about doing the authorized user thing. So if you bounce back and forth, where every 6 months you apply for a credit card, and every 6 months your partner applies for a credit card, and y'all put each other on the each other's credit cards as authorized users. If y'all qualify for 4 credit cards a year, but y'all only get 2 hits on your credit score a year, your average is going to be 6 months for new cards, but you're going to be doubling your credit score. And that will give you guys higher credit limits. And if you're not using those credit cards, your credit limits, your credit level is going up, your utilization is staying low, and your credit score is going higher, which is going to increase your credit to debt ratio, which all you need now is to have your income to debt ratio be a low debt to high income, where usually it's expected to be somewhere under 40%. And if you can manage that, where you have less than 30% debt on your credit card and less than 30% debt compared to your income, you're going to qualify for a house regardless of what's going on. And you'll find yourself moving into a place that's way better than what you got right now. And you're the boss of your own property. Unless you're getting a place in an HOA, then the HOA is the boss of your property. Michael said book for the night was Broke Millionaire by Eric Lowry. Aaron Lowry. Perfect for people in their 20s and 30s. So if y'all trying to get in there, y'all got to get in there. High income, no debt. Well, I want to say high income, low debt, because the only way that it's possible to have high income and no debt is if you only pay cash up front. And it's going to be hard for you to have a high level of credit, because a high level of credit comes from the generation of debt and then paying back that debt in a reasonable period of time. So you would have to have high income, low debt, and high credit, low utilization in order for you to have a significantly high credit score, because your credit score is higher with revolving credit and installment loans than what it would be with no credit and no installment loans. See what I'm saying? So you're not trying to have your credit cards maxed out. You want your credit cards under 10%, and you want your standard of living to be less than, and your standard of living is the utilities for your house, your rent, car note, car insurance, phone bill. That's your basics. And food. That's your basics. Outside of that, entertainment isn't part of that. You know, going out on dates isn't part of that. Your bad smoking and drinking habits isn't part of that. Your bare necessities to survive, that's your standard of living. And that cost should be less than 40% of your income. And if you can manage that, you can buy yourself a house. And now's the time to get in on shit like that. Get your credit done. I mean your taxes done, and get your refund check back, and use your refund check to put down on a down payment towards the house, or have that put towards the closing of the house, and have the down payment assistance cover the down payment on the house, and all of the things that can be done. But you could be doing it for yourself for the first time, and everybody could be doing it. So if you find a partner and they own their house and you own your house, y'all both got a mortgage to pay, that's fantastic, because when y'all move in to one house, you can rent out the other one, and then the profit, after paying for the mortgage on the other house, the profit can go towards the mortgage of the house y'all both share, and y'all can save money and invest that money and put it in different places. And that's why 7 nights a week we talk to you guys about ways to make yourselves financially successful. I want to give a special shout out to Bra Logic real quick, because he did come in here, and I just want to give him a shout out, but I'm not entertaining the comment he made. But special shout out to Bra Logic, because he do come through. I got to give credit where credit is due. Michael said, correct me, is credit not the same as debt, but only wearing a different dress? Okay, so utilization is debt. Credit is the level of how much debt you can pay off. Or let me rephrase it. Credit is the amount of debt that you have been confirmed to be capable of paying for, right? Utilization is how much debt you have on credit. So your credit amount of money that you're allowed to charge to the game, when you say, for example, put it on my tab, your credit is how high your tab is allowed to go before they cut you off. Your utilization is how much stuff you put on your tab. You got to have a high tab that can be charged, but no or low transactions on that tab. So say you got a $300,000 line of credit. That means you can buy up to $300,000 worth of stuff and they guarantee that you'll pay it back. That doesn't mean you owe $300,000 worth of stuff unless you have $300,000 worth of utilization. Then you have $300,000 of advanced debt, right? So it's the capability of paying that back. Now, debt itself is just stuff that you owe. Car notes, mortgage, phone bills, this, that, and that stuff that you owe. But a credit card that has a $3,000 limit on it, you don't owe nothing yet. When you charge something to the card, they've advanced you an item that you have to pay them back for. That's the difference. So you have two things. You have your income to your debt, the amount of money that comes in versus the amount of money that goes out. And you have to have less debt than you have income. And that includes student loans and all this other stuff, right? Because student loans and everything like that, that's all debt. Then you have your credit utilization. Well, credit utilization should be low, under 10%, and the amount of credit that you have. So if your credit utilization is under 10% and your debt to income is under 30%, under 40%, you're good to go. You'll qualify for a lot of stuff. So what you have to realize, Michael, is debt and utilization are the same thing in a different dress. Credit is on the same thing, different dress as income when you're talking about your credit score. But you still got to pay it back. Yes, sir. You damn sure still got to pay it back. But if you don't use the card, you don't have any debt. So if you have $1 million worth of credit cards, that doesn't mean you have $1 million worth of debt. But when you charge that stuff to the credit cards, then you got to pay it back. But if you got $1 million worth of credit cards, then they're implying that you're capable of paying back $1 million in a reasonable period of time. And that's going to be the difference. So while we're live 7 nights a week, what we typically do is we Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we talk about business and finance. We talk about ways that politics interferes with your ability to make and invest money on Monday. Then on Tuesday, we talk about different ways that you can make money, budget your money, and then save your money. Next Tuesday, we're going to be talking about the concierge nurse thing. So we've got that going on. Then Wednesdays, we talk about different countries around the world that we can live in. And then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, today being Friday, we talk about different ways that you can improve your personal life. So we're dealing with like relationship topics, self-improvement, self-development, networking, socializations, building your brand, promoting yourself for business, whether it be raises or promotions, retirement plans with your company, or severance packages with your company, because you can negotiate how much they give you when they fire you. You know what I mean? Then you also have building your 20-year plan for your early retirement so that you can get yourself together so that at some point you can quit and not have to worry about where your money's coming from and not be depending on the U.S. government to subsidize your standard of living. These are things that we talk about on the show that makes you better. Then we also work on your decision-making skills, because the decisions you make in your personal life negatively impacts your income, because you can't think of anything you've decided on that didn't cost you money. You know, whether it's making up with a friend or a family member or whatever, your decisions in your personal life cost you money. And the money it takes to support your decisions requires you to put more pressure on your employment to make enough money to support your decisions. Which, if you can't get those raises and promotions and everything like that off of your job, that causes you to build resentment against your employer. If you work for yourself, you raise prices on your product, whatever it is, your service, so that you can offset your expenses onto your customers, so that you can afford to make the decisions you make in your personal life, which could cause you to lose stable clientele and cause you to have unstable income, because some people will pay more money for what you're charging, but some people can't afford to pay that anymore, which now puts you in a constraint, because you are struggling to get stuff done in your personal life because you're struggling to maintain stable clientele. So we try to find a balance between both. And then on Sundays, you guys, we have questions and comments from the fans where appropriate questions that are appropriately structured. We try to answer a lot of them, as many of them as we can. And some of the ones that are too complicated to answer in the individual conversation, I make a whole show about it, do all the research for it, and provide you with the information. And then after that, I start dumping a bunch of stuff into the membership. And I actually got to start setting up a lot of membership posts for the upcoming month, so that all of the members in the membership are starting to receive notifications on all of the stocks that we're following, the trades that we're following, the gold and silver and other stuff that we're following, and then stuff like what we're talking about today, the transaction accounts that help you with building a business, going from nothing to something. We're covering all of that stuff on the show, and it's always effective for you guys to take time out of your day to just dive in and come and see what all we've got to offer for you, because you're going to benefit from everything that we talk about, because the least that you get is a question, because a lot of times we don't have another way because we don't know what question to ask to find another way, but there's always another way. We do what we know how to do. We put our head down, we get tunnel vision, and then we grind, and we keep grinding until we give up, right? But as soon as somebody else gives you a heads up, like, hey, there's another opportunity out there that you might be able to be successful with, you go do your research and see how you can capitalize on that. And then you can explode into a whole nother avenue of success that you didn't know was there until your buddy Xander from this and that told you this, that, and every way in between that you could have succeeded. And that's what we're about here. So unfortunately, we don't have overly attractive chicks on the show that y'all can stare at while we're talking about being successful. But this is about being successful. You're gonna have too many chicks to look at when you pulling up in the oldest car you got is a Porsche. Michael said a debt to income DTI ratio is a personal finance matrix that compares your total monthly debt payments to your gross monthly income. That's correct. And your DTI is also going to include your student loans and other such things in that matrix. They've modified the DTI matrix in September to include utility payments as positive inquiries on your DTI that shows better payment history. They've taken off the medical bills off of your credit report and stopped it from impacting your DTI. So any unpaid medical bills are not going to ruin the matrix and prevent you from qualifying for housing just because you have poor health. So, and we cover all of that stuff on the show as well. There's so much stuff going on here, so much stuff. And that's why I tell you guys to dive in, because usually at the top of the hour, like before we get to the main topic, we typically go overhead with some like side topic that really started up, like somebody mentioned something or something like that, and then we start there, and then after that we get into the main topic. So like 20-30 minutes into the show, we're starting off the main topic, but that morning announcements, everything you could have benefited from yesterday's show, rolled over from last week's show, any follow-up information from the week before that, oh, you're going to get that live, because that first 15-20 minutes, that's not going to be there after the show gets edited. The rest of the show will still be there, but the intro and the first 5 or 10 minutes of the show probably going to be gone, and you're going to be like, dang, I missed it. That's the reason why you guys got to hit that notification button, because as soon as we go live, some of the first things we're going to be talking about is the next stocks that you guys are going to be investing in on Monday for the rest of next week. Whatever stocks you're going to be selling from this week, because you should be selling, if you're doing a dividend rotation strategy, Shell and Chevron, their ex-dividend date happened on Thursday. You should have sold that today. Today's ex-dividend date was Arbor Realty and Armor Residential, so you should be selling those now. And when the money clears on Monday or Tuesday, you should be buying into something else, especially if you're using that Stash app. And I'm going to tell you, it's Stash, not Cash. I'm going to put that up here so that you can see it. And look, I'm so clean about it, I ain't even put like a URL up there for me to get a referral credit for for y'all going to the app. But if y'all use Stash App, y'all can trade ETFs instead of trading from TD Ameritrade. And Stash App is like $3 a month for the whole year, so $36, and you get unlimited trading. And we doubled our money last year. We doubled our money last year with the dividend rotation strategy. So it's doable, even with the losses that we took in the fluctuating market. We still doubled our money last year. You know, So doing it, just doing a buy and hold until you figure out how to sell, just doing a buy and hold and buying dividend stocks, you can start building the type of account that will pay you dividends. Then you can take the dividends and do volatile trading with the dividends, because that's profits. If you take the profits and do volatile trading with the profits, if it's a loss, it don't hurt you. The principal's still there. You can get that money back next month. But if you're making volatile trades with the principal, if you lose it, you lose your startup money. You lose your startup. You don't want to lose your startup. And that's one of the things that the financial gurus won't tell you. That's what those get rich quick guys won't tell you. I tell you, don't use your startup for volatile trades. Use your startup to build reoccurring capital and use that reoccurring capital to do volatile trades. You buy into Bitcoin with the dividend payout from your stock portfolio. You buy into gold and silver with the dividend payout from your stock portfolio. You borrow money based off of how much money you're getting paid from your stock portfolio. You you want to make sure that you want to make sure that you um look, I'm looking at his question and trying to think about what I'm saying at the same time. You want to make sure that your standard of living is inside of the dividend payments, and then whatever the monthly payments is for the loan you're about to take out is covered inside of what's left over from your dividends from your stock portfolio. So if your standard of living is $40,000, you got to be getting $45,000 of dividends, and then if you want to pay $10,000 a month on, or not $10,000 a month, $10,000 a year on a loan of some kind, then you're going to be leveraging the portfolio for that extra $1,000 a month that's going to be coming out of your brokerage account, where you don't pay for nothing. Now, this got nothing to do with you working your regular 9-to-5 job, which means that your whole paycheck could be going into your brokerage account. Then the money from your brokerage account could be going everywhere else. And remember, I told you all about the health savings accounts that are tax exempt and tax deferred, which means that you have the capabilities of taking some of the money from your brokerage account and putting it into a health savings account. And when that health savings account is used to pay for health stuff, health insurance, medical payments, medication, and other such operations and everything to that effect, now you've got two different accounts. When you get old, one account will pay your bills and the other account will pay for your doctor. Now you got people rubbing your feet and cutting your toenails at the doctor's office, and you ain't got to do shit for $3 a month on Stash App. That's a good deal. He said how to calculate your DTI: add up your monthly debt payments, determine your gross monthly income, and divide the total debt by your gross income. Reverse that: income divided by debt, because it's going to be a percentage. If your debt is higher than your income, then that's going to be, well, yeah, I guess, yeah. If you did it like that, if you did it exactly the way he's saying, do it exactly the way he says, do it. Your debt divided by your income, and if your debt is that much higher than your income, it's going to be a higher percentage. So actually, the math is going to be debt divided by income multiplied by 100 is the percentage. So if you've got $1,000 worth of debt and $2,000 worth of income, that's going to be 0.5 multiplied by 100. That's 50%. If you've got $4,000 worth of debt, $2,000 worth of income, you divide that. That's 2. Multiply that by 100. That's 200%. If your debt is higher than your income, then your credit score is going to suffer when it does go up, because it's going to take more effort to raise your credit score. That's going to be another issue. So exactly what I co-sign what Michael's telling you. That is exactly the truth. You should do a monthly or weekly side topic video post, because those side topics are lit sometimes. Well, okay, I've got so many videos, and I have been so burnt out over the past week because I got a daytime life and my nighttime work that I do, and the show, and I do all the SEOs and all the back office stuff. So what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to take shorts out of these side topics, and I be trying to throw the shorts up there on the long form, and throw some of the shorts up there onto the YouTube shorts list, and get them out there on the YouTube channel, because I noticed some of these side topics be be off the chain. But in order for them to get seen, because this show is like 82,000 people watching the show. There's not a lot of people out of 170 million people watching TikTok right now. So this show don't really get pushed by the algorithm on YouTube. So I be posting stuff, and it goes. but it goes at a snail's pace. So I'm not out there rolling in it. I'm not out there rolling in it as far as viewership, because more people are watching me in Belarus and Bangladesh than people watching me in the United States. But I know that these side topics, bro, I be trying my best to put a lot of these posts up there. But I am starting to add a lot of these posts up there onto TikTok as well. So those posts are going to start making some headway over there. But it's not like I'm rolling in it over there neither. I'm not a million views or nothing like that. But I am trying to make sure that I get um some of the hot points. When I have the capabilities to go back to using Opus Clip, where I can specifically pull out certain views, certain videos, then I can start grabbing some hot topic traffic and really putting it in there where Opus Clip does the AI editing for me, because I don't have time to edit all the videos. I can just use what's in StreamYard and crop them out and throw them up there in a 9:16 form, put them up on a shorts reel. But the people got to catch the highly motivated topics and really put them up there, right? And any of the shorts that I do put up there, whether I put them up on a shorts reel or I put them up on a long form reel, and those of y'all that do get on there and watch them and y'all hype the videos, it actually gives it a little bit of a push, and the algorithm starts showing it to more people, and then eventually people start getting to watch it. He said how to lower your DTI, pay down existing debt, increase your income, and avoid creating new debt. Okay, another thing you're going to do is while you're paying down your existing debt, you're not going to eliminate your credit cards. You're just going to leave them at a low balance, like $1, $5, something like that. Also, you're not going to create new debt, meaning you're not going to get more loans and mortgages or anything like that, but you can increase your credit cards. Getting higher credit card limits, that will actually help with your credit score. Now, uh, there isn't much else to do with that. You pay down your debt, and you can increase your income by finding other ways to make money for you, and then you have more money coming in with less effort, and then you owe less stuff. But while you're owing less stuff, you can also get secure credit cards with your extra money, which increases your credit limits. And by increasing your credit limits and maintaining low utilization, you're increasing your credit score. Anybody that's at a 500 to a 580 should be watching every show that I talked to y'all about budgeting and cutting costs, so that y'all can save money and then pay down that debt. Pay down the debt with the highest interest first, because that makes the most impact on your money, and then work your way down. But you could do it double down on both ends. You could pay on the put the most money down on the ones with the highest interest rates, with the highest balances, or feel the breeze of paying off the smallest amounts first, and then start paying attention. Because here's a trick that not too many people know about. If you haven't done this before, you can call your banks, all of your credit card companies, and you can move your billing cycle by about 1 to 2 weeks in any direction, at least once out of the life of your account. So if you've never moved your billing cycle, you can move it once. And what I recommend is that you want to have one or two at the end of the month and one or two in the middle of the month, so that you get a paycheck in between each credit card. Now, this is how you rob Peter to pay Paul with that mentality. Before we even get on what we were supposed to talk about today, if you've got a credit card that is 5 days away from rolling over, you should have put your money down to pay that down as much as possible, right? Let the billing cycle roll over and then charge that card back to 80%. Now, all the stuff that you would have put cash on is sitting on that card. The other card that you had, you want to pay that card down with the cash that you got, and then you pay that card down, so that that card goes down to like $1, $50, whatever. And then the day after that card rolls over, you charge that card to 80%. Now, the reason why I tell you to do it that way is because any money that's on the card between the second day of the billing cycle and the 25th day of the billing cycle on a 30-day billing cycle is not going to charge you any interest, and is not going to be reported to the three major credit bureaus. Whatever is on the card, the last day of the billing cycle, and it's the last business day. So if the billing cycle rolls over on the weekend, it's actually going to cut it on Friday. And if the billing cycle rolls over on a holiday, it is actually going to cut it the day before the holiday. So you have to make sure 5 days before the billing cycle, including weekends and holidays, because I think Monday is a holiday, so we got another 4-day weekend. You want to make sure that your billing cycle is at zero, or not zero. You want it at like $1 or $2, because if it shows utilization, your credit score is a little bit higher than what it is when it's at a zero balance. So if you do that, then you can juggle your money, because everything that can be paid for with credit, except for maybe sometimes your car note. But a lot of times you can put your car note on a credit card. You can put your rent on a credit card if you have to pay online. With a lot of the landlords are doing online payments. So if you've got a credit limit that is higher than your rent, you can put your rent on your credit card, and then take the cash that you were going to use to put on your rent and put that cash on your next credit card to pay that credit card down, and then take your car insurance, your phone bill, your storage unit, and all this other stuff, and put it on that credit card after that credit card's billing cycle rolls over, and then take your cash and put it on the one credit card that you charge to your rent. You can juggle, which is what a lot of poor people do. You can juggle, but you can juggle it and do it in a way where your credit is low, so that you have like $1 to $2 on your utilization, 0.01 utilization off of like $10,000 worth of credit cards, and your debt starts going down at the same time, because certain credit cards that you don't need anymore, you can knock those out with the extra money that you're floating, because you're now using the same dollar to pay for multiple bills, because you're floating it with the credit. And this is stuff that people don't talk about on a regular basis. He said, he's motivating the coach. Throw me in. I got you, Michael. I got you. The lower your DTI ratio, the better odds of getting a loan. Damn right. And then when you get those installment loans, you can use those installment loans to pay off all of your credit cards, and then get you a good rotation out. And then with that rotation, you gotta, like Michael's saying, you got to watch out for that last step. You get that rotation, because when you're floating the loans and you're floating the credit cards, you can't miss that payment. Because if you miss the payment, then it's gonna end the billing cycle with high debt, and then your credit score is gonna tank. But it's only gonna tank for the 1 month that it's registered that way. As long as you don't max out the credit card, you're good, because it will show that you went over your limit. You don't want to max out your credit card. You want to stay under the limit, and that's why I said 80%, and then start doing what you're doing. Now, for those individuals that work for the federal government, it's not smart for you to have your credit cards at 80% in between the billing cycle, knowing that you're about to lose your job this weekend. But April through September, since y'all gonna have a job guaranteed, it's good to float it. It's good to float some money. But while you floating the money, now you can pay attention to take the extra money and pay down a lot of debt that you could not afford to pay down before. And as the debt decreases, you can have lower limits on your credit cards throughout the year. And with those loans that you're rolling out, those installment loans help your credit, but it also helps with debt management. You end up having only one source of payment that you have to pay, which is that loan. And if you're making loan payments on the credit card online, and then putting your paycheck onto your credit card, right before 5 days before the credit card's due, you're going to find yourself having a better credit score. You know what I mean? And that's what they're looking at. And I'm going to put that back up there. Michael said, watch out for that last step now, because you got to know when the bill is coming, and you got to know when your money is coming in. And you got to make sure that the money clears the bank and it clears the payment of the credit card before the billing cycle rolls over. These are ways that you can get yourself set up. Now, one of the better parts about this is, once you start getting into home ownership and you start overpaying on the house, if you do something slick, like take out a home equity loan on the house, second mortgage on the house, guess what you do with that? Clear out all of your debt, and then do whatever you were going to do with the home equity loan, and you just keep paying on the house. Because I think the house is the only thing you got to pay in cash, because that goes into escrow. And and that way you don't have any beef, And as as the debt goes down, you're going to see your credit score go up. You're going to see your insurance going down. You're going to see the interest rates on the phone that you buy when you buy your next iPhone or your next Samsung. You're going to see the cost of that going down. You're going to see a lot of things going down. So it's not just that you're going to get more qualified for loans. Anything that has a variable interest rate based on approved credit, you're going to have a lower interest rate, which means you spend less money because you owe less people. Steven says, I always pay my credit cards off at the end of the month. It is better to leave $1 of debt on it. Yes, it is better to. I have tested that theory. I ran $0 on my account for 6 months, and then I ran $1 to $10 on my account for 6 months, and my credit score went up because I left $1 on the card. Now, it has to be $1 or more, and the reason why it has to be $1 or more is because the reports to the three major credit agencies does not calculate change. They calculate your debt in whole dollar values. So if you owe 0.71 cents, there's going to be zero because they're not going to round up to the nearest dollar. So if you owe less than $1 on your credit card, they're not going to round up to the nearest dollar. If it's $1.02, they'll say you owe $1. And that means that if you owe $1 out of $10,000, you do 1 divided by 10,000. That is the percentage of utilization you have, which is going to give you a better credit score. But the credit score is only going to go up, varying, like Michael says, your debt versus your credit and your debt versus your income. But when you're looking at applying for credit cards, the amount of debt you have versus the amount of credit utilization you have, or the amount of debt, the amount of credit utilization versus the amount of credit and the amount of income that you have, all of that stuff plays into if you get approved for another credit card. And the frequency in which you apply for credit cards is also a red flag. That's why I said once every 6 months. And if you have a significant other, you're doing it once every 6 months. They're doing it alternatingly once every 6 months. Once every 3 months, you're getting an extra card. It's just every other month you apply, every other quarter you're applying for it, and every other quarter they're applying for it. And if you do it that way, you would end up with 4 new accounts per year with 6 month new history on each one of them. And y'all can start grabbing 500 at a time, and those end up being $1,000 credit cards. Then they start ending up being $10,000 credit cards. But everybody's credit goes up, and a lot of the times you don't have to apply for a new credit card and have 30 credit cards. What you actually could do is end up in a situation where you already have decent quantity of credit cards with low limits, and you can ask for credit increases instead of asking for new cards. So instead of messing with your credit age average by adding a bunch of $500 credit cards on it, any $500 credit card you've maintained with $1 balance every month for the last 12 months, you can ask for a credit increase on those and go from $300 to $500 credit limits to $1,000 to $2,000 credit limits. And the age is going to stay the same, which actually is better for you. All of this stuff we talked about when Trump started messing with the FICO scores. I covered this whole topic 3 weeks in a row. Michael says if you own a home, just sell it and move into a smaller one. If you own an expensive home, because it's not the size. So you're not selling your home and moving into a smaller home. You're selling the expensive home and moving into a cheaper home. But he does have the right idea. And what if you owe nothing? If you owe nobody nothing, go apply for some credit cards once every 6 months. Go apply for a credit card. That's what happens if you owe nobody nothing. Because if you owe nobody nothing and you have credit cards, you're going to have higher value credit cards because you owe nobody nothing. But your credit cards aren't going to be needed because you're used to living off of cash. And if you leave $1 on it, you put the credit card, use the credit card to put gas in your car and leave $1 balance on it. That's it. That's it. You can still live a life of cash, but put $20 in your tank and pay back 19 and leave it alone every month. And then the day after the billing cycle rolls over, put that $1 on the card to bring it down to a zero balance and then wait till later. Because they typically expect you between 2 to 3 weeks after the bill is rolled over for you to make that payment. So if your payment is on the 15th, on the 18th, you pay the $1, and then on the 19th, you charge the card. Will my card go up? I mean, my FICO score, My FICO scale, yes. The FICO scales are fluctuatable, but the FICO scales are going to fluctuate based off of your payment history, which is why you have to use the card and leave a dollar balance on it to show good payment history. Anything over 2 years is beneficial for you. Anything 7 years is fantastic because it's supposed to go back 7 years, but anything still on your credit report from 15 years ago that hasn't been taken off is still able to impact your credit score. It is utilized as verification information, which cars you own, which streets you lived on, what your last address, all of this other stuff. But the stuff that's supposed to impact your credit score is what's in the last 7 years. So if you've got any negative stuff on your credit score from more than 7 years ago and they didn't take it off, you've got to request that they remove that, dispute it because it's too old. And then your credit score will go up for that as well. Your FICO score is no longer impacted by, like I said, medical stuff, and it will start being impacted by reporting your utilities, depending on which FICO score that they use. But that also means that they'll have on record whether or not you're paying your bills on time. And that's going to impact you all the way around. Is it how many credit cards should you get? There is no limit to the number of credit cards you should get, but some of the most successful credit lines hold 10 cards or more. That's hard to manage all the due dates unless you start clustering the due dates around the same period of time. I would not have all of my credit cards on the same day. I would have some towards the end of the month and some towards the middle of the month. That way, there's a 2-week gap between half of my cards, and I could use one card during the rollover period of another card so that that card can roll over before I start using it, and then the other card I'll be paying down during the rollover period of the first card so that I can alternate which ones will be holding a balance. Yeah, that FICO score. So this is the kind of stuff that we usually we hit at the top of the hour. Yes, you want to maintain 1 or 2 cards exclusively for emergency use. But if you're the kind of person that's trying to go from having 98% debt to income to closer to 40% debt to income, and that requires you to ride a lot of debt on your credit cards until you can pay down a lot of the debt on your credit cards, individuals that's trying to float their student loans and all of this other stuff, this method can work, but you've got to be strategic about it. You got to look at when your bills are due. You got to look at how much stuff you can put onto your credit card. You want to stay around 80% of your credit card because you don't want to do too much. Then you want to be able to make sure you can pay it all down. So like Michael has always said, do not charge to your credit card what you can't afford to pay before the bill is due. And then leave a dollar on the card. And then 2 days after the billing cycle rolls over, run that business to 80% and roll it over. Would you use credit cards to buy everything and then pay it off every month? No, I only use the credit cards to pay for bare necessities. Rent, light, gas, water bills are going to get paid. Car insurance, phone bills, and maybe a grocery bill. And that's not snacks and junk food and stuff like that. That's like I got to put something in the house to eat kind of thing. And then the next paycheck goes on that credit card because I don't have anything else I need for the rest of the month. I fill my tank on the credit card and then I put the money on the card. And that'll show utilization. And then I leave a dollar on the card. But impulse buying, debit card. Or impulse buying, I might use a secured credit card that has a specific limit on it that prevents me from charging too much on there. Like, for example, I buy a lot of things off of Temu. I got a cart at Temu with like $5,000 or $7,000 on it. And the only thing I use to make purchases off of that Temu account is a secure credit card with a $300 limit. I can't accidentally buy that whole cart because a credit card only has a $300 limit to it. When I run ads on YouTube, I use a credit card with a limit of like $200 or $500 on it. They can't charge that card $2,000 worth of advertisement because it has a limit of $200 or $500 on it. So when I'm making purchases, online or something to that effect, I try my best to use cards that have restrictions that prevents me from impulse buying on something too expensive. Then the cards with the high limits, those are the ones that I put everything else on, all the utilities and all the financials on, which allows me to take that cash and put it towards something else that I still need. And then I get the money from the brokerage account, then I knock it out. Michael says only time that credit card comes out is if you're in the operating room or on your deathbed. Shit, if you're in the operating room because Donald Trump just took the medical bills off of your credit score, off your FICO score, if you're in the operating room, that bill can get charged to the game. They can staple that because it ain't even going to my credit score. I'm not even gonna feel that. If I get surgery and it's not covered by insurance, the hospital gonna eat that cost. That don't show up nowhere. That's a courtesy bill right there. They kept me alive because they have to. They swore a Hippocratic oath. And if I'm on my deathbed, I'm dying anyway. That credit card coming out before I die. Because ain't nothing I buy and no money I haven't spent yet is coming with me to the grave. Is that would secured cards help to maintain a control of spending? Yes. Yes. Secure credit card, if you have secure credit cards with small limits, it would regulate how much you're capable of spending, especially depending on how much you use the card. Because it takes three to 5 days for a transaction to process and post on the account, but the utilization is going to already be reflecting on the account. You can't make a payment on the account until the transaction clears and posts. It takes 3 to 5 more days for the payment to clear. The money is not available on the account until the payment clears. So from the time you make the purchase till the time the payment clears, you could see yourself with 7 days without that line of credit. If you're operating on a $250 credit card, there ain't that much shit that you can buy with $250 when you got to wait 7 days before you can buy something else. And that's 7 to 10 days. And that's also 7 to 10 business days because it's not gonna they're not counting weekends and holidays and shit. Is it also prevents others from stealing all of your money off? Yeah, he's right. Using and then having different credit cards in different locations builds a transactional history, which also means if certain transactions happen in different places, like for example, if you're only making transactions in Florida and a payment happens in Missouri, they're not going to allow that because you're never in Missouri. So that helps fraud protection. So if you utilize certain cards for certain types of payments, it builds a payment history. Once that card starts being used for something other than the history you normally use it for, that's when it starts flagging the card and preventing those transactions from occurring. How much would you put on a secured card? $200 to $500. You can do credit if you're trying to build your credit. You can get a secured card with like $5,000 or $10,000 on it. But if you're trying to get a secured card for spending restrictions, online purchases, unknown sellers, you want something from Alibaba but you don't really trust it, you want to get a secure credit card with like $250 to $300 on, $500 at the most. That way they can't get much off of that card. You can freeze that card, stop all transactions on that card, and then allow yourself to dispute that transaction without negatively impacting the flow of the bills that get paid. Because if it is red flagged as fraud, what happens is they shut that card down, issue you a new card, and all auto pay that goes to the old card no longer exists, which means that you cannot continue using the old account. You have to contact all of the places that had the auto pay for that card and give them a new card. And sometimes you don't remember where all your auto pays are set up. So you want to make sure that your auto pay credit card is separate from your discretionary spending credit card, and your discretionary spending credit card should have like $250 to $500 on it. If you were the kind of person to like get a credit card if you got kids and you wanted to teach them how to spend, you can get kid bank accounts where you as the parent can turn off the card so that they're not overspending and teach them how to budget and balance things. And you can help get them secure credit cards with $250 limits on it that prevents them from overspending and teaching them how to be responsible at 8, 9, 10, 12 years old. And utilize their allowances, how to regulate those cards, which prevents them from having bad credit, before they get old, before they become adults, so that they have an 800 credit score hitting the ground when they're 18, 19, 20 years old. They want to get their first car. They can use their credit score for the first time to buy their first car because they have an 800 credit score. What is your take on credit cards that you load up for individual purchases only? That is called a prepaid secured credit card. And prepaid cards are the safest way to do transactions online. It costs money to do it, and that's why I don't like it personally. As far as the cost for convenience, but that is the safest way to keep your money separate from your bank, because your prepaid secured credit card, if you put $500 on it or if you put $50 on it, that's all they can take is what's on that card. They can't go get what's on your bank account. If you got a PayPal card and your PayPal account is linked to your bank account, they can steal your PayPal card, charge up your PayPal account, and then tax that off of your bank account because it's linked together. A preloaded secured card is only going to use what's on that card. Those gift cards, perfect for protecting your assets. If you load the card yourself and then only use what's on that card, that also limits your spending, because what you have to reload the card in order for you to spend it. Now, I like that idea specifically for travel. Instead of rolling around with $7,500 in your pocket or whatever, you can preload travel money onto several preloaded credit cards. And then they can't really rob you and take anything because it's on plastic. And if your cards are locked until you use them, they got to unlock the card in order to take the money off of the card. And that protects you from being robbed cash wise. It also protects you from being robbed feds wise, because if you got $10,000 worth of credit cards and you fly to another country, you can fly there with $10,000 worth of cash on plastic, and you can fly with $10,000 cashier's check. But it's kind of hard to cash a $10,000 cashier's check. You got to open a bank account in another country. And depending on what country you go to, it might not be that easy to open a bank account if you're not going to be a resident. But once you get everything set up in another country, then it's going to be easier. But even if you're traveling in the greater United States, if you're going from place to place, you want to leave your high price credit cards at the house in a safe with the cash that you need in case of a blackout. And then you want to take the low value credit cards with you for your trip. Because the only thing that can happen to you on a trip that would cost a lot of money would be if your car breaks down and you got to replace the engine. So you're not going on a road trip in your personal car. You're going on a road trip in a rental car because you don't want to put the wear and tear on your personal car. You get the insurance on a rental car, you drive, the car breaks, fuck them. Give them back your car, right? Your car is sitting at the house. If you're flying, if you're traveling far enough where you could have flew, you fly and then get a rental car when you touch down. You pay for the insurance on the vehicle, and then if something happens to the car, fuck them, give them back their car. You got the insurance on it, right? You don't got no problems. So you don't need to travel with $15,000 credit cards in your wallet. You should be traveling with like $1,500 worth of credit cards across 7 credit cards. That way you don't have all of those opportunities to be robbed. What cash are they going to take from you if you don't got any cash on you, right? Then if you're not going somewhere that requires you to spend money, why are you even taking money with you? So if you're walking down the street in New York and you're not going nowhere that costs no money, the only thing you need to have on your person is proof that you're an American citizen. Driver's license, passport card. I would travel with a passport card because fuck it, if they take my driver's license is harder to replace than my passport card. You know what I mean? At least if they rob me, take my wallet, take my passport card, I can go back to the house and get my driver's license, get in the car and drive to the, you know what I mean? Go replace my passport card. But if they take my driver's license, I can't drive my car. So if I'm not driving, why am I taking my driver's license? I don't need my driver's license. Photo identification. This is another thing, which is another segue. We have not started today's show yet, but this is another segue. Any stop and frisk law in any state around the country requires you to provide at any point in time photo identification, not necessarily your driver's license. So anybody who invests in a passport card that has your full government name on it, you don't need an address. You don't need a phone number. You don't need to give them your social security card. You need to be able to show them that that is who you are, and they can run the passport card in the system with your government name, and they can verify that you're an American citizen. And that's all they need to do. So where you live does not need to go into the incident report of you getting in contact with that officer. What your phone number is does not need to be listed in the police report with that officer. What your birth date is, your social security number is. None of that stuff is required for identifying who you are. The face and the ID card. That's it. Your face matches the face on the ID card, and the ID card identifies who you are. So if you give them a passport card, you're keeping yourself safer than what you are with handing them your driver's license. They're going to ask you for a driver's license, and some people are going to ask you for an ID. I'm like, man, y'all need to stop. Hold on. You just blocked yourself. He's sitting over here playing stupid. I don't like when they come through here with the nonsense. But Michael said, Confucius says, never brought money for others unless you like servitude. Look now, we speak of philosophy when we talk about business and finance right now. These people got to learn how to keep money in their pocket. These people got to learn how to keep money in their pocket. So these are things that y'all need to think about when y'all start planning for yourselves, because that actually can be part of emergency funds. What FX Trader is talking about doing, getting you a bunch of, not a bunch, because if you had like 5 of them. Oh no, Michael, your finger was supposed to be itching on that. This dude was sitting over here talking about paying for escorts and putting prices up there. I had to block him. I wasn't even gonna let that comment linger that long. As soon as I seen what he was doing, I was like, dang it, Michael's fingers are too slow. But when FX Trader was talking about preloading credit cards, because Amscot does that. They charge you a percentage of the money that you put on the card to put money on the card. But if you put up $500 worth of money across, let's say $50 or $75 across like 5 cards, like $75 on each card, and you have a decent quantity of money across 5 different cards, but you can't make bigger than a $75 purchase on any one card. You can go places, you can fill your gas tank, you can buy yourself something to eat, and you're limited to the amount of money that's on those cards. You have to reload the card in order to keep using it. If that's all you got in your pocket when you left is $500 worth of cards, where you got 10 cards with $50 on each one of them, that's all you got. You go out on a date, it's like, shit, I got to use 3 cards to pay for this girl's dinner. You sit over here thinking about, you're rethinking your decisions about what you're going to buy. You know what I mean? Because you ain't got that. No matter how much, you can have $1 million in the bank, but if you only brought $500 with you, that's all you got. So it's very important for you to think about that's good ways to manage your spending habits. Eventually, when you stop impulse buying and you get used to only getting what you need, you will find yourself not wasting money on stuff that you don't benefit from. And then you'll find yourself with more money in your pocket every month. And then you'll find yourself in a situation where you're putting more money into your brokerage account and stocks and bonds and Bitcoin and real estate and revolving income, that you're going to be more satisfied with the money you're getting back with the less effort. You're going to feel more comfortable with living life, because when you spend money and you've got 5 times or 10 times more than what you're spending, you're not hurting. But when you impulse buy and you decide that you want to be the next WWE champion and you spend $600 on a title, and then you got a bill that's $550, and you're sitting here like, fuck, I could have took that money for that title belt that just got here, and I could have paid that bill. That type of impulse buying hurts your ability to be successful. Now you got to run late on this bill. It messes with your credit score and all of this other stuff. You gotta be better about it. They do check sometimes the whole plane to see how much cash people are carrying. So I read that that even though it's allowed to take 10 grand, they don't like it. No, it's not allowed to take 10 grand unless you have tax returns and bank statements and other stuff to show where the money came from. If it is less than 10 grand, they allow it, but they don't like it. because they're responsible for it, especially if you got it insured. But why travel with 10 grand worth of cash when you can travel with plastic and checks, cashier's checks? That's safer. Because if you say, for example, you got a briefcase full of $100 bills, right? If you don't have the bank documents to show where you got the money from, the guy on a plane can say that you're trafficking drugs and they can steal your money. Then somebody can threaten you and say that they'll hit you with drug trafficking charges to keep you from applying for your money back. Now you got to get a lawyer, pay $500 for the cost of court, sue them to get your money back. And the best you're going to get is your money back, but you're going to lose out on attorney fees, cost of court, and all of this other stuff just to get your money back. So it's so much safer to fly with the plastic. Fly with the plastic, fly with cashier's checks. AmScot be giving you like $1,000 at a time. Get 10 $1,000 cashier's checks. And then put them into a book. Put them into a book that nobody likes to read. Throw it into the Bible. Put it into a place that most American women don't know nothing about. Corinthians 1-21, how to behave. Put your money there. Nobody's gonna find it there. And then put that book up into your bag. Nobody's gonna pay attention to it. And it's paper. It's not gonna show other paper in your book in the X-ray scan. They're not gonna be like, ooh, he's got 10. You know what I mean? It's just gonna show paper inside of paper. And you're gonna get on a flight. You're gonna do what you got to do. You go to the bank with one money order or one cashier's check. Cash that bitch. Open up an account. Then drop the rest of them into that account. And then whenever you decide to travel back to that same country, you wire transfer the money 2 to 3 weeks before you get there. That way you don't have to worry about bringing any money with you on a plane. That's another reason why I told y'all you should have 2 accounts in every state. At least 1 credit union and at least 1 regular bank in every state amongst all 50 states. That means you got at least 100 bank accounts, which means that you don't have to travel with money. If you're going to New York from Chicago, wire transfer the money to your bank in New York before you get there and then fly with no money in your pocket. That's what it is. He said, what's your idea on paying somebody to use your own money? Fuck these people. I ain't paying nobody. Look, I know they got some jobs right now that give you these jobs that they be giving you the pay card instead of doing direct deposit. And then in order to get your paycheck off of the card, you got to pay bank fees, like transaction fees to withdraw your money off the card. And that's why I do direct deposit. But if you want to keep your money safe, that's one of the ways you keep it safe, is to spread it out in a lot of places. Make it hard for you to get to it, which prevents you from wasting the money, but make it hard for other people to get to it, which keeps them from taking it, because they're only going to get through so many cards before you block everything. But if you roll like I roll, where your shit is blocked and you forgot about it, when you go to use the card and it says declined, you're like, oh yeah, that's right, I blocked that card. Let me unlock it first and then charge it. You know what I mean? And that prevents you from getting got. He said, throw them in the Bible. That's funny. The Bible is one of the first places in check at estate sales. Find lots of money in Bibles. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. As much as people are religious, claiming, don't nobody read the Bible, but most people got a Bible. Back in my club days, I used to keep a Bible in my car, and that Bible had like $4 grand in it, but nobody opened the book, and it was sitting in my glove box. I could get wasted, come back to the house, Bible still sitting there. But had I had something else in there, like a book worth reading, and I say that like a Bible isn't worth reading, but if I would have had another book up in there, like a Hustler magazine or some shit like that, they would have opened that. Ooh, look, money. You know what I mean? Last Bible had 2 silver certificates, $1 bills. Ooh, shit. That's a lot of money. Would opening a bank account in every state be financially feasible? Yes, because the majority of bank accounts that you open in the United States do not have a fee to open. It doesn't cost you money to open an account. And if you only open accounts in banks and credit unions that do not have transaction requirements or minimum balances that you cannot afford to manage, then the accounts just exist until you need them. So say you open 1,000 bank accounts and put $1 in each one of them. That's 1,000 bank accounts with $1 in it. If each one of those bank accounts do not have a transaction limit, meaning that you got to make 5 transactions a month or they'll charge you a fee kind of thing, it doesn't have that. If it doesn't say, oh, you got to keep $50 in the account, but you only got $1 in it, so we're going to charge you a fee. If it doesn't have that, as long as it is above 0, some accounts will say $5 because like Navy Federal has a $5 thing to keep the account open. As long as it is above 0, the account stays open. As long as that is the conditions of the account, you can open, there's what, 8,000 financial institutions in the United States. You can open 8,000 financial institutions and put $1 in each one of them. That's $8,000. And no identity theft person is going to put forth the effort to contact each one of those banks and try to take $8,000 $1 at a time. They're not going to do it. Now, if you one of them little asshole Gen Z boys that's out there with 8,000 credit cards spread across the table, like, I got $50 million across all of these cards. Oh yeah, they'll take all 8,000 of them and try to get as much of the money off of it as possible. But the average person is expected to be broke. And the average person can set up most of these accounts online. You don't even got to go to the branch. You set up the account, use your ID, photo ID as a matter of fact, take a screenshot or scan it or whatever, set up the account, wire transfer the money, the account is open. That's it. They might ask you to put $50 in, but you can withdraw $45 out, and that's it. And just leave that account there. Put money in it whenever you feel like it, and that's it. Sometimes you do stuff like that. You got money in certain banks that you forgot existed. But if you keep a ledger in the safe in your house, then you're able to know where these accounts are located at. Even if you've got a locked file on your cell phone that shows where these accounts are, and then you've got a locked file on your computer that shows what the passwords and everything for the accounts are, or vice versa. You have like a ledger in your house that shows what accounts have money in them, and then you have a locked file, a secured folder in your cell phone that got passwords to the bank accounts, and then you have a secured folder on your laptop that isn't linked to your cell phone that has login information for all of the accounts, how to get to them. So you got passwords over here, usernames over here, and then balances in the safe. They're not going to be able to put all of that shit together and grab hold of yourself and rob you blind. But you will be able to spread the harder it is to get to your money, the harder it is for them to take it. And likewise, when it comes down to wasteful spending, the harder it is for you to get to your money, the more time you got to think about making that purchase. Because you can decide to be the world's first undisputed champion and go get your WWE title or your WWF title and put them together and throw them on your shoulder and be that asshole at the bar that's rocking out the John Cena music in the middle of a nightclub with 2 championship titles. But if it takes you 3 days to get $1,100 to buy 2 WWE titles, you're like, nah, fuck that shit. It ain't even worth all that. Just so that I could be the talk of the night, because these motherfuckers are going to be talking about how dumb I was at the damn. You know what I mean? So the chances of the money getting stolen are pretty small in that case. Oh, yeah, it's extremely small. It's extremely small. It's going to be outside of the effort, because people who steal do fast transactions. They want to put in the least amount of effort to get the most amount of money. If they hit you, they're going to try to hit you one time and get as much as they can. And they're not going to keep trying to get, especially when there's nothing there to get. So let's say they're trying to do a fraudulent transaction on you for $500, but you only got $50. It's going to decline. If they did a test for $50, but you only got $5 in there, it's going to decline. It's like, well, fuck, this dude ain't got no money. they hit 2 or 3 of your cards and all your cards are declining. They're not going to try all 8,000 cards to hopefully one of these motherfuckers work. No, that's too much work. It's 8,000 attempts. Nobody's going to do that. 5 or 10, like, this man ain't got no money, and throw all the rest of them away, not knowing that you might have 40 grand across all of them cards. Yeah. Then if you're the kind of person that only takes, if you're the only person that takes a small quantity of stuff with you, the stuff of relevance, then you're not really gonna have to worry about um getting jacked. Okay, passwords. Do not use pet names. Do not use birth dates, social security numbers. Do not use your name or nobody else's name. Don't even use your nickname from way back when. The kind of passwords that you're going to try to use is going to have to include letters and numbers, capital and lowercase, case sensitive, and a few symbols in there. And it should be not pattern style. It could be a phrase. It could be a sentence. The longer the password, the better. It could be something completely unrelated to you. And reason be that makes the password hard, because even though I got this podcast with this and that, the one password I would never use, the name of the show. Because nobody will think of me, think of the name of the show, type that password in and be like, boom, right? You don't want it to be obvious. It also seems a good protection in case a bank goes bankrupt if the people have more than 250 grand in there. Yes. Okay. So FDIC protection protects your money up to $250,000. But if you're using, if you're first and foremost, if you're using like the first 150 to 1,000 banks, and you're getting some of the biggest name banks across the country, the ones that's been around for the longest, like Bank of America, Chase, Wells Fargo, Regions, stuff to that effect. What is it? Yeah, GTI, stuff to that effect. Those banks aren't going anywhere, but it gives you more when you have more than $250,000. It's good to spread them across a lot of banks, because the money is only protected up to $250,000. So if somebody take $500,000 out of your bank, the bank is only going to give you $250,000 left, $250,000 back. So you want to have less than $250,000 in the bank, unless that money is invested in CDs and other stuff contracted to your return. But it's better to have it across other banks, not just for the sake of if the bank goes bankrupt, but that is a fantastic idea, because I never thought about that. But just in case you have to cancel the service of a bank because you don't like the way you're being treated at that bank. So say you go into this bank and they just dog you out because of a transaction that happened, and you fuck this, I'm closed out of my account. That's not a threat from somebody that this is where my direct deposit goes into. See what I'm saying? If this is the kind of bank where I don't need this motherfucking bank and this transaction is pissing me off, you either fix the transaction or I'll close down my account. One or the two. And then when you close down the account, you're good to go, because it doesn't hurt you. You got 60, 75 other bank accounts somewhere else. You can wire transfer the remaining money out and then close out your account. He said, what's your favorite number, girlfriend name, how many dates? It better be your second favorite number, your ex-girlfriend's name, and how many months y'all were together. Because nobody's gonna know that. What is your take on people that use their brokerage accounts like Schwab's instead of banks to manage their money? That's a smart move. There's a fucking delay there, but that's a smart move. I actually talk about that a lot. If you're able to use your brokerage account where you're living off of the dividends, you can take your entire paycheck and put it on the principal of your brokerage account, and then you get your dividends, and then you can pay all your bills, and whatever's left over is spending money. What the millionaire mindset is to pay yourself first and then pay everything else. So if you put all of your paycheck on your brokerage account, and then you're capable of waiting until the dividends get distributed, and then you can pay for your personal life, then that's a good way to go. Now, the tough part about that type of financial process is if you're living off the dividends and the dividends only come once a month, you got to wait until the money comes. Then you got to wait until the money clears the bank. So say you get all of the money that's going to be coming at the end of this month. Say all of the accounts that you have that are ex dividend dates between the 25th and the 31st, they're going to pay you between the 1st and the 5th. All your money's going to come between the 1st and the 5th. You got no more money. Oh, you got something you got to pay for on the 15th. You got to wait. However, if you're living out of your brokerage account, you're charging the things that you need on your credit card's payment date is the 25th. Your payouts from your brokerage account is between the 5th and the 10th. You've got 5 or 7 days for it to be deposited into your bank account, which means it'll clear your bank account between the 10th and the 15th. That means you got the capabilities of putting it onto your credit card before the 25th, which means that you can charge everything that you need throughout the month onto your credit card and then take your brokerage account and pay off your credit card, and you can live like that. And if you're paying 2 months in advance where February is already paid for, you're right now the first 15 days of February paying for your bills in March. Your brokerage account is going to pay you on the 1st of March, and all your bills are paid for on the 1st of March. You're going to be paying for April in March. If you're part of the shutdown, you're getting paid off your brokerage account. Doesn't matter if you don't get your paycheck, because your brokerage account is based off of a principal that is based off of a specific payment based on a number of shares, not the value of the shares. So when the stock market crashes and you're getting dividends off of a brokerage account, if you've got 200,000 shares and it's paying you 5 cents a share, that's guaranteed because you got 2,000 shares. It doesn't matter if those shares are $1 a share or $2,000 a share. What matters is that you got 100,000 shares and it's paying you 5 cents a share, and you're going to use that to pay for your bills. We've discussed on the show plenty of times that there is nothing in your life right now besides somebody else's bullshit that is an emergency that requires you to have cash on hand today. Nothing. If your house burned down today, you can charge the hotel room to your credit card and then go get you some money for next week, as long as you didn't max out your credit cards. If your car break down today, it's going to take them 5 or 7 days to figure out what the fuck wrong with your car and buy the parts for it, and you only pay for the car after you get your car back. You might have to pay for an Uber ride home, but you could charge that to your credit card today. If somebody goes to the hospital, the bill isn't issued until they're released from the hospital. So let's say somebody gets into a near fatal car crash. They got to go to surgery. You don't pay for the ambulance ride the night of. That bill usually comes out 6 weeks later, and they mail it to your house or your post office box. You go to the person's in the ER. You don't got to pay the hospital to treat them. And a lot of times they use your car insurance first half, take off the first 10 grand, and then use the other person's car insurance and then take off the second 10 grand. And then they'll charge your personal health insurance and take whatever they can take off of that. And then whatever wasn't taken off of all the insurances that are listed under your name, then you've got a cash bill. That's issued after you're discharged. So what emergency do you have? Bailing somebody out of jail. That's not your problem. That's their problem, but you're volunteering to take it up. If you go to jail, you want somebody else to bail you out. But guess what? Unless they're an authorized user of your bank account, they can't even use your money to bail you out of jail. They got to use their money to bail you out of jail, and then you got to pay them back, which they can wait. You can get out of jail today and be like, man, I got that money in a couple days, and pay them when you get the money off your brokerage account. You don't have an emergency that requires you to have accessible money in your bank account today. Now, cash on hand is important because if there isn't power, you will need to spend cash. So you can live off of a brokerage account until there's no electricity. Then you got to live out the money in your safe. But if you can find electricity somewhere and you can get the money off the brokerage account, because the money is going to go from the brokerage account to one of the banks that you access. And then that money is going to be available on a credit card that you can access. So as long as there's power somewhere, it might not be power at your house, but if there's power at the Walmart down the street, you can still go buy groceries. But if you have a whole blackout like Hurricane Katrina, or that one year in New York where they had no power in New York during the wintertime, and nobody's got power, you got to buy with cash. And cash in the safe in your house is not going to gain interest. It's not going to benefit at all. But the difference is that cash will prevent you from having to do without if you didn't buy resources before the event. Because if the event happened and you knew that you were going to be potentially dealing with a blackout and you had 3 months worth of groceries in your house that wasn't going to spoil if you didn't have power, you don't need cash because you're prepared. You don't need shit. Unless it's like a 6-month blackout, but that's talking about like apocalypse kind of situation. EMP blast from China that knocked out our power, that caused us to nuclear warheads from Russia that blow up our nuclear plants, and now we don't have power. That's the kind of stuff that'll cause us to not have power for like a year and a half. But the economy would collapse by that. Michael said, I figured out credit is your ability to borrow, while debt is the money you actually owe. Yes, that is correct. So once you use that credit to buy something, that specific amount becomes debt. That is exactly correct. Exactly correct. And you want to keep your utilization low, which helps keep your debt low. And if you transition your actual cash debt into credit debt and then reduce your credit debt and have your utilization below 10%, then you actually only have 10% debt to income and 10% debt to credit. That's ultimately the goal behind the whole discussion today, which had nothing to do with today's topic, honestly enough. He said, if I lose power, as long as my refrigerator has a generator, I'm cool. Most people don't have a generator, but if you lose power and you have canned goods and bottled waters, you're good. Because you don't need a microwave if you have propane tanks in your house, and you have you can go to Walmart and buy you 2 of those $25 propane tanks. They might be $35 now, but buy 2 propane tanks, the 5-gallon ones, and then go and buy that 2-burner camper grill from Walmart out the sporting goods section. It has the adapter piece for the little 1-ounce green can, but that connector is the exact same connector for the big gray 5-gallon one that's in the garden section. And get that little 2-eye burner, get the 5-gallon, get the connector hose, put the shit in your house. You don't got to use it. When you run out of power, you still got fire. Right? Now, as far as a refrigerator, the only thing that the refrigerator needs to be holding is milk and meat. So when you start preparing for an emergency, what a lot of Americans do is the dumbest thing I've ever seen, is they go to the grocery store and buy up all the meat. But the meat is only going to last you a few days without power. What you need to be doing is buying up all the Campbell soup, all the Progresso soup, all the beef and chunky meat and potatoes. You want to buy that stuff. Everybody running out there going to grab every roll of toilet paper they can find and all the hand sanitizer that they can get. But what you need to be doing is buying the whole canned goods shelf. Just buy the whole shelf. Don't get like 1 or 2 cans. You want to have, I look at it like this. I eat hearty. You want to have 2 cans of canned goods for each meal, which is 6 cans a day per person. So if you got 2 people in your house, that's 12 cans a day. And you're talking about how many days could you go without power? So if we round it down to 10 cans a day, that makes it easier to do the math. And if you think about Katrina, we had from August until November with no power when Hurricane Katrina back in 2005. Now, 30 days in a month, 10 cans a day. That's 300 cans a month. You're going to be out of power for 90 days. That's 900 cans of goods. Okay. That's how you got to do the math. Now, if you set up like that, then you don't need a refrigerator because you can eat the food right out of the can. And then the saltine crackers, everybody like to go get the Ritz, go get you some saltine crackers. Them saltine crackers be lasting. You get you some saltine crackers and some Progresso soup out of the can, bro. You can go 4 months with no power. All you need now is 80 cases of water, and you're good to go. And technically, it should be 1 case per person per week. Yes, I come out of Katrina. I know how to count these rations. 1 case per person per week. You'll never be thirsty. You'll never be hungry. And if you got 1 case per person per week, and if you're doing, you know what I mean, 4 cases a month, 3 months, 12 cases of water, and like 900 cans of canned goods. You should be at the Walmart every month just buying up all the canned goods. That canned goods section of the Walmart should be empty every day. You should just be buying up all the canned goods. You know what I mean? He said Campbell's got the 3D printed chicken. I wouldn't buy that. Not okay, so not necessarily Campbell's brand, but I'm talking about like the canned soups. Because Progresso soup is right next to the Campbell's soup. They got the beef and chunky and all of that other stuff going on over there. Special shout out to Nicole from Detroit, Michigan. I seen you, girl, when you dove in here. They got all of those things going on. And if you buy canned goods, they don't go bad for generations. Like they could be on your shelf for years and not spoil. But you put a piece of meat in a refrigerator and you don't got power for like 5 days and it's hot outside, you don't have no more meat to eat. And now you got all this rotten food you got to throw away. So you want to make sure that you're supplying yourself with the kind of stuff that'll last you longer than anything else. Is it use the 5-gallon propane bottles cost to fill up $14, while those 1 paint cans cost $8 to $12. No, I agree with you, Michael. I would get the 5-gallon ones because they last longer. But the reason why I was telling him about the one pint cans is because the 2i burner in the sporting goods section is advertised with the little 1 pint green paint can, right? But it has the same connections as the 5-gallon can. So you go to sporting goods and you spend like $20 on the 2i burner for campers. And then you get the connector hose, and then you get the 5-gallon propane tanks. And now you got a 2i burner. You can put your can on top of the 2i burner and burn you some Progresso soup, and you be getting you some gumbo. They got the beef stew. They got the slow roasted pork. They got all kinds of stuff. They got the lasagna in a can. I'm trying to tell you, like, you got to learn how to survive. Or do like Michael say. Michael got the MREs over here. You can get you some MREs. There's ways that you can survive. So we just spent 2 hours on everything except for today's show. There's ways that y'all can survive. Y'all can make money for yourselves, and y'all can avoid catastrophe. But when you're preparing for the future, if buying cases of MREs, this is not a bad deal. Buying cases of MREs, buying cases of toilet paper. These are not a bad idea. If you're buying it now before the disaster, when there's plenty of it on the shelf, catch it on a discount, and then put it in your house on a shelf somewhere away from where it could get messed up with water. These things will be there. Then when the catastrophe strikes and everybody starts panicking and they rush over to try to buy resources scarcely, where the grocery stores can raise the price on you and everything like that, you don't got to leave your house. Which also means, even in those situations, when everybody else ran out of resources, your house is stocked for 3 to 6 months of resources. You don't need the cash in your house outside of putting in the car to go get you some gas to go to work, if you're trying to go to work during a natural disaster. Nicole says, if we lived in Canada or Alaska, we could put our food outside. Oh, if we live in Canada or Alaska, we could put our food outside. You could, but why would you? I understand the method because it's so cold outside, like 30 degrees or less. You could like put a fence up and put all your meat in the backyard and just leave it there until the wild animals get to it. And if there's no wild animals, that's even better. But the dynamic is even if you lived in Florida, even if you lived in Texas, even if you lived in California, if you buy stuff that don't spoil and you stock up on it, you don't need power. You know what I mean? And then it just drives home the fact that if you prepare for potential emergencies, things that you know could happen, like people who work for the federal government for the last 15 years have been unemployed one or two times a year every year, especially since Donald Trump's first term. So since 2017, you know every year you're going to be unemployed for at least 1 or 2 months, once or twice a year. When you know that stuff like this can happen and happens every year, you know that you should be putting stuff away to prepare for that. Extra food, extra money, extra and not living from paycheck to paycheck. You should be having a blanket of stuff being stored away so that here comes a shutdown. I get extra days off, but all of my bills is paid and I got plenty of food to eat. You know, but that lifestyle creep that a lot of people deal with is that they the more money they make, oh, I got promoted from a desk job to a staff sergeant. Now I'm making double the money. Now I can buy that big house on the hill that we always wanted. Now we can buy, excuse me, Lincoln Town cars that everybody wanted. You know, I could put tint on all of my windows. I could put rims on my car. I can put stereo system with the loud bass on it on my car. All the stuff that people do. Now that I got money, now I can waste more money because I'm used to not having nothing. But instead of doing that, you should be taking a lot of extra money and put it in places where when you no longer have that money, we call it saving it for a rainy day. When you no longer have that money, you can put it away so that now that you need it, it's there. You're always going to find a time when you don't got a dollar and the last five things that you didn't need to buy that you went and bought, you're going to be sitting over there thinking, man, shit, had I not spent the money on X, Y, and Z thing, I would have that money right now to pay for this. And that's the whole reason why I'm telling you, prepare for your future. Is that Fort Lewis Army Base is just up the freeway. Lots of soldiers that are willing to sell them. So many soldiers take them to the field with them, but a lot of them they will also have hot kitchens to follow uh, and bring them MREs. There you go. There you go. So if you're next to well, we were talking, Michael's talking about MREs right now because we kind of segued from the main topic, because the main topic we're supposed to be how to make money and build up a business and this, that, and third. But we got on the MRE topic because I was talking about how the originally FX Trader asked me what was my thoughts on people who live off of brokerage accounts, and it's highly possible to do if you come pre-prepared for most of the things that happen in your life. If you're living from paycheck to paycheck, living off of a brokerage account is not beneficial to you because stuff that you're only going to get paid once a month off the brokerage account. Then you got to wait 5 to 7 days for the money to get deposited into your account. So it's like every 5 weeks you're getting money. But if your lifestyle is prepaid for, most of the things you need is already covered, and there is no emergency in life that would happen that require you to need money today. Like you get a phone call today and you need money today, that is something that is your problem that you got to fix. The only immediate emergency that can happen right now while we're on this podcast is if somebody you know fuck their life up and get arrested and you feel compelled to go bail them out. That's the only thing. Everything else can wait. Medical bills can wait. Somebody get into a car crash, you can't even see them. They're in ICU. You know what I mean? The bill comes out when they're released from the hospital. Your car breaks down, the mechanic, you're gonna pay for the tow if you don't have tow on your insurance, and then you're gonna pay for the car when the car gets out of shop 2-3 weeks from now. There's nothing that you need to pay for. So outside of a natural disaster, which you need, if you prepare for it, that's how we got on this topic. If you prepare for it, you already have an abundance of resources. And that's how we got onto the MREs. Because with the MREs, you can buy MREs, you can store them. You can go to military supply places that sell the MREs and you could buy it from them if you don't get them from the soldiers and stock up on these things. You can, and I told you about the canned goods because instead of putting canned goods outside, I mean, instead of putting your meat outside and relying on your refrigerator, if you go and buy stuff that does not go bad in warm weather, then you can buy food and stock up on it. And when the power goes out, when the hurricane comes, when the tornadoes and the blizzards come, when there's a flash freeze that's outside and your ass is inside, you don't got to worry about that stuff. When the power goes out, you're good to go. If you got bottled water in the house, if the water stopped running, you're good to go. And if you've got enough bottled water to last you for 3 to 6 months, and you got enough food to last you for 3 to 6 months, outside of a zombie apocalypse that's going to last you for 18 seasons like Resident Evil, there is no reason why you would run out of food before the disaster is over. So then the only thing you need is cash in your pocket to go to the gas station to put gas in your car. And you're only putting gas in your car to go to work if you got a job that is functioning during a disaster. So there's nothing that you need money from. And that was my point, that you can live off of a brokerage account. A lot of retirees have a 60%, 80%, or 90% dividend paying brokerage account that allows for them to get paid on a regular basis off of their money. And a lot of retirees can take their benefits and put it into a brokerage account, have the brokerage account pay them money. Because once they reach a certain age, they don't got to report shit. So they get, I like Resident Evil 2. I had Resident Evil 0 when we were like 9 years old. One of the first Resident Evils that came out. But the thought process is that, you know, there are people who live off of brokerage accounts. And if you build up a brokerage account and it's paying you dividends, $70,000 a year, $120,000, $40,000 a year. It could be paying you $40,000 a year and you're living in the Philippines. It could be paying you $80,000 a year and you're living in Japan. You're living in Japan off of $30,000 a year, but it's paying you $80,000 a year. You get residency like that. All you got to do is show that you're getting an income from outside of the country that meets the digital nomad standard, and you get 12 months stay with no problem. So yeah, you can live off of a brokerage account, but it is easier to do if you're living in a prepaid lifestyle. All your bills in March are paid in February. So as your brokerage account pays you throughout February, you can start paying for April's bills in March so that you're not late on any of your payments while you're waiting on the money to clear the bank. Any essentials you need in the month of February, you charge it to the credit card, and then you take the money from the brokerage account, pay off the credit cards, and then pay the rest of your bills. You're capable of floating your life on credit. You're capable of floating your life on a brokerage account. You're capable of floating your life on advance payments, because advance payments on basic bills, they owe you the service because you already paid for it. So if you pay your light bill 12 months in advance, you got 12 months worth of utilities that's not gonna have to be charged to you because you already gave them the money. You know what I mean? So these are the situations where you're in a position where you don't have to worry about what's going to happen next. Because if your water bill is paid up for the rest of the year, if your light bill is paid up for the rest of the year, if your basic cell phone bill is paid up for the rest of the year, you don't have to worry about how those bills get covered. Can you explain a CD buying to me? Well, buying a CD is a certificate of deposit, and what you're doing is you're going to a bank, whatever bank that you're going to, you're accepting the terms and conditions of the rates, the term life of that CD, that certificate of deposit. They're going to hold your money for that period of time, and then after the end of that time comes, you're going to get a certain quantity of money back with interest. If you take out the money sooner, they're going to charge you fees and penalties, which could either take up more than half of your principal and sometimes all of your profits at the same time. And this is another reason why I tell you guys to build your life around preventative maintenance. Because if you do preventative maintenance in your life, there's nothing that you need today that requires you to cancel out that certificate of deposit. Mutual accounts, mutualities, it's the same situation. 401k and IRAs, it's the same situation. You set up these accounts, you keep adding money to them. There is no reason why you would have to touch those accounts if you're living a preventative maintenance life. Now, if you're not living a preventative maintenance life and you know that shit's going south and you're doing nothing about it, when the bottom falls out of the barrel, now you have to pay for something that you don't have the money to pay for because you did not prepare for this when you knew it was a problem 6 months ago. Your car driving on one spark plug when the engine blow. What's a good amount to put on a CD? That's how much you want to deal with. That a CD is safer than a brokerage account because the bank, the odds of you losing your money is the odds of the bank going bankrupt. So it's considered more stable. The interest rates on that is going to be like 3 to 5% lower now because they're cutting interest rates, and when they cut interest rates, the interest rates negatively impact CDs and mutualities. When I did that show in December about them cutting interest rates, so it is like Michael's saying, it's the lowest risk. You can put 500, you can put 5,000, whatever you want to put in there, but you understand that a certificate of deposit is turning out less interest rates than a treasury bond. The treasury bonds right now, or at least the last time I saw them, was operating at like 4.1%, and CDs, as I saw them most recently, because somebody asked me about CDs. I think it was Steven that asked me about CDs when we were talking about high interest savings accounts, and the CDs are operating at 3.3% right now. But the stocks that I showed you that was going across the screen, you said you had that Stash App account, and those stocks that I showed you that was going across the screen most days out of the year, those accounts, some of those accounts are putting out 15%, 15 or 18%. Like PSC is at 20.25% right now. Orchid Island is at 19% interest. Those are real estate investment trusts. They're based off of mortgages, where the more people who get mortgages, the more they make money. You got BDCs like Arbor Realty and Arbor Residential, which is a little bit of a BDC, and one of them is a mortgage real estate investment trust that are like 16% interest. So the difference between you getting a CD at 3% interest and getting a brokerage account at 15% interest is people consider the opportunity cost of the 3 to 4% inflation versus the 3% return on your CD. So you got more money now, but the amount of stuff you can buy with that money is less. So you don't really experience an opportunity. The opportunity cost of a 20% return on investment versus the 3 to 4% inflation plus a 3% of taxation, which they take 7 cents off of your 15 to 18%, you're still walking away with 15% of pure profit, even after taxation, which is more beneficial than walking away with 3% and then giving that to the US government for taxes and then having to eat 4% of inflation off your principal. Michael says a certificate of deposit is a low risk savings account offered by banks or credit unions that pays a fixed interest rate on a lump sum of money for a set period of time. So I just opened a CD for 500 and the interest is lower, but after 18 months, it pays out a 5% overall. Okay, that's good. 5% return. Can you have more than one CD? You can have is there. Okay, so any investment opportunity can be multiplied. You can open up 365 CDs a year if you want to. You can have them all open. You can open one CD every day. They're not going to stop you. There's no limit to that. The only time a bank puts limits on things is if it says, well, you can open up a checking or savings account incentive, 5% interest on this account up to $500. They might give you that incentive for the first checking account you open, but the second checking account might not have that benefit. If you open up each bank account, that you open one account with each bank, and each bank that offers that 5% for $500 incentive, that first account will get that 5% interest, but every other account might not get it. But when it comes down to opening up a CD, you can open up as many CDs as you want. I was talking to Dylan about this on a show. He's one of the members of the membership. I was talking to Dylan about this on the show that there's a lady that opened one CD every month for 12 months. And now she's keeping the interest and opening up another 12-month CD. and that allows her to get a fixed payment every month off of the amount of money that she's putting into the CD. So if she puts up, say, $10,000 and she's getting that 5% return, like Steven's talking about, she's getting back 500 bucks, right? So she's getting back 500 bucks off of each $10,000. She's technically putting up $120,000 to get what, $6,000 a year back. That's a good way to go. It's 5% return. It's 5% guaranteed return. But I could have put that $120,000 somewhere and got almost 20% interest back, where I probably would have been making something closer to $60,000. Well, not necessarily $60,000, because if it's 20%, it'd probably be closer to like $20,000 or $30,000. But my $20,000 or $30,000 would feel a whole lot better than getting $6,000 off of 120 grand over the course of 12 years. I mean, 12 months. The primary difference is that a CD is a deposit at the bank, while a treasury bond is a loan to the federal government. I agree. Well, no, there's another difference. The other difference between a CD and a treasury bond is that the treasury bond is going to be either tax exempt or tax deferred. The CD is going to be taxed. So the only benefit that you get with a treasury bond is that during the course of time that they have your money, they're not taxing you on the increase of the transaction. So if you're getting a 4% increase on a treasury bond for 20 years, you're gonna get all the money back, and you're not gonna have to pay taxes on it every year for the 20 years that the government has it. Whereas if you have a CD and you're getting that interest rates, you're being taxed on that once the account matures and you get paid off of it, or every year as they give you whatever statement they give you from the bank that shows that your year to date gained this much profit on your current certificate of deposit account that they have with you. You got to pay taxes on that. So that's the other difference between CDs and treasury bonds. Treasury bonds don't always have a limit to how much money you can put on them. I think there is like a $10,000 limit. I'm not exactly sure. I got to double check, but I do believe treasury bonds have to have like a $10,000 limit, but it's 10,000 per entity. So you could probably do one for yourself, one for your spouse, one for each one of your kids, one for your business, probably one for your dog, and really spread the money around. But for one individual person, I believe that there's a $10,000 limit per year for the investment on a treasury bond. But I mean, if you're making like $40,000 a year, you put away $10,000, that's like 25% of your income. So, it's not like most people who make $40,000 a year is going to put up 25% of their income on a treasury bond. So, but if you had kids that had that Trump account and you were putting $10,000 a year on that Trump account over the course of 20 years, you know what I mean? That kid would have almost, $200,000. They'd be able to buy their house cash up front. Do you prefer to do business with a regular bank or a credit union? And what is the difference between the two? Regular banks do not have as good of interest rates or as good of lending opportunities as credit unions when you're doing reasonable transactions like buying a $500,000 house or less, or if you're trying to buy a new car. Credit unions help with smaller loans, like a $5,000 or $10,000 loan that you're trying to get. Because remember, a big bank might have a larger surplus of capital that they can lend you, whereas a credit union can handle things that big banks can't handle. Well, that big banks can handle, but big banks charge higher interest rates. So big banks can give you loans that smaller credit unions cannot handle, but the big banks are going to charge you higher interest rates. So I would get both, because if your credit union has better interest rates for the same loan, then you can get it from your credit union instead of getting it from your bank. And then another instance, if your bank can support the loan where your credit union cannot, you can still get the loan because you got a bank. So I would not, and like I told people earlier today, because I know you got in late, I would not limit myself to the number of bank accounts I would have. I would limit the number of accounts that I have with one bank, one checking, one savings, and maybe one high interest savings account with one bank. That's it. I would have more than one bank account, where if there's like 8,000 financial institutions, you want to have at least one credit union and one bank account in every state in the country. And one of the reasons why I say that is because there are different markets. You have your Northeast market, your Southeast market, your North Central market, your South Central market, your Northwest market, your Southwest market. Banks on the East Coast are not on the West Coast. Banks on the West Coast are not on the East Coast. Banks in Central are not on the West Coast or the East Coast, and all the way around. So if you fly from Florida to California and you got to walk into the bank, you don't have a branch in that city. You got to go to an ATM machine. If you need a cashier's check, you're walking into a bank, but you're paying fees as a guest because you're not a client. But if you have a bank in that city, you can just go to your bank in that city. Now, as I was telling everybody earlier, if you've got a bank in every city, instead of you traveling with a bunch of money in your purse, you can transfer the money to the city that you're going to and then fly to the city with no money in your pocket. Go to the bank or use a debit card from that bank in the city that you're in, and then fly back with no money in your pocket. You're less likely to get robbed while you travel because your money gets to your destination before you do. You can also do this if you set up accounts in other countries. You can wire transfer your money to the country you're going to if you set up the account in that country at some point, whether you got to go there first and set it up or you set it up before you go there, but get your account set up in the other country and then wire transfer large quantities of money to that country before you go to live for an extended stay. And then you don't have to fly with a briefcase full of cash. You can just go. And if you put enough money in the other country, instead of bringing a bunch of clothes with you and toting all this luggage, you can fly with the clothes on your back and then just buy a new outfit when you get there. That's kind of a. Then you can also wash the clothes and then donate them to some challenge people on your way out. You don't even got to fly back with the stuff. Is it true credit unions are members only kind of things? Yes. Yes. That means if you are not a client of a members only means that you must belong to the bank to get benefits from you must belong to the credit union to get benefits from the credit union. So if I want to get a loan from Bank of America to buy a house, I don't have to be a client of Bank of America to get a loan. But if I want to get a loan from Navy Federal, I have to be a client at Navy Federal. If I want to get a loan from USAA, I have to be a client of USAA. Think of any credit union in your neighborhood, you have to be a member of the bank. And all it takes is for you to sign up, put some money into the bank, you got a membership. It's not going to charge you monthly fees. It's free. You just start using their service, hold it for 3 to 6 months, and then start asking for stuff. But if you're opening accounts all over the place, you would have had the account for years. And if you put money in it, left it there, didn't mess with it, you held your account for years in good standings. Then when you go to that bank and say, hey, I want to borrow some money. Oh, well, you've been a member since such and such year, and your account's been in good standings too. Sure, what loan do you want? Let's check your credit score, see what your interest rates look like. That's it. But here's another thing that benefits you. Let's say you want to go and finance a car. Let's say you get pre-approved from your bank for the car. Then let's say you get pre-approved from your credit union for the same car. You could have financed the car from the bank for a better interest rate than what the other guys would have been trying to do, and then you don't got to get that 5 or 7 credit hits because they pull your credit for 5 different lenders at the dealership. If you go there with a pre-approval from your bank, you don't got to get 5 different people, 5 different accounts to find which one's got the best interest rates. I'm using my bank to pay for this. So now it's just one credit pull. Now, let's say you have the car for 3 months. Go to your credit union. They got cheaper interest rates. You refinance it through your credit union. You've paid off the car, and now you're paying it through the credit union. That is going to be a credit boost. Technically, you should wait like 8 months to do it, 8 or 9 months to do that, and then refinance it with the credit union. And now you're paying the payments through the credit union. But that's going to reflect good on your credit score, because if you bought a $20,000 car from Bank of America and then 12 months later you paid it off, and now you got a installment loan from Navy Federal, then you're good to go. And now it shows that you could pay off a $20,000 payment in 12 months. That'll last on your credit for 7 years, but that's a credit boost because you're paying off your debts and you got a new installment line. Chase Bank comes the closest with a presence in 48 of 50 states, including Alaska and Hawaii. So probably a smart move to get you a Chase Bank account. But the 2 states that they don't operate in, you're going to need another bank. The 2 states they don't operate in, because Chase Bank and Bank of America are also in the Philippines, and I think they're in Japan and Singapore. So when you start thinking about international travel, you want to get a bank that exists in the country that you're going to, and then you don't have to go through all the trouble of doing all that wire transfers and all that other stuff. Because if you're flying to the Philippines and there's a Chase Bank in the Philippines, you just go to the bank. You're a customer. You can just go to the bank and pull your money out. So these are the things that we talk about that not a lot of people think about, and that prevents them from being successful, because a lot of people prefer to live in the moment instead of preparing for the future. And I mean, giving your 10% to the church ain't helping you, it's helping the pastor with his Bentley. But you, on the other hand, when you die and go to hell, the money you gave to the church is not going to save you. And everybody who swear that they a Christian is giving a 10% to a church that is only making them feel good about the sins they commit. You not going to the pearly gates of heaven because you giving money to the church, because the kingdom of God is in your heart, not inside the building of the pastor's building fund or his deep pockets. Then at the same time, the work of the Lord is done through the acts of man. So when the people who are suffering and ain't got enough money to eat, and you take time out of your day, get out your car at the red light and buy something for the homeless guy, you are doing the work of the Lord. The church ain't out there feeding all them homeless people. You out there feeding them homeless people. You ride the bus and somebody get on the bus and they can't afford to pay for their bus fare, and you cover their bus fare so that y'all can get to where the fuck y'all got to go, because this person ain't bringing enough money to get on the bus. That's the work of the Lord right there, because that person who late for work, making everybody else on the bus late for work because they ain't got enough money for the bus, and the bus driver ain't got the heart to say, go ahead and sit down. Even though it's their policy that they're supposed to give you at least one free ride. The bus driver like, nope, you got to pay the fare. You're like, no, you know what? I'll pay his fare. And it happened at the grocery store too. The work of the Lord happened through the acts of men and women too. So you at the grocery store and somebody at the register and they looking at their bill and all they owe left is $10 and their car got declined, and you looking at them and they looking at their wallet, and that's all right, I got you, buddy, and put the $20 in there and send them on their way. That's the blessings from the Lord. But people don't do that. They giving their money to the church to make them feel good for all the sins that they be doing on the weekend, off of this New Testament crap, talking about some sin on Saturday, repent on Sunday, drop it like it's hot on Friday. Oh, I'm going to heaven. 10% to the church. What you doing? Club Hallelujah is not going to get you to the pearly gates, because at the end of the day, Jesus was poor. He had nothing. And he had people who was with him who had nothing. And he shared what little bit he did get from somebody else with the 40 men and women that was with him, where he broke two loaves of bread and fish between 40 people. So 41 people shared 2 loaves of bread and a fish. That's a crumb per person, so that we won't all starve to death, but we all gonna eat together off of the 2 loaves of bread and a piece of fish that was given to the 41 of us. You understand? So each person that got 3 cars in the yard and 2 of them ain't running, you could fix both of them and give them to somebody who ain't got no damn car. There ain't no reason why we got 3 cars in the yard and 2 of them ain't running, and we know folks that's walking. But at least out the kindness of our heart, we'll give them a ride with the car that do run. And don't charge them gas money. But at the end of the day, you got to think about it. I'm telling y'all about how y'all can be fruitful in y'all life, because your afterlife is unknown to you, because not one person has died and come back from the dead and told you what death is like. So when y'all give y'all money to the church, y'all not giving y'all money to the next life. Y'all giving y'all money to the pastor in this life, so that he can get 3 private jets and free flights all over the place in a 52-bedroom mansion that he live in by himself, That ain't blessings from God. That's blessings from the congregation. Where the congregation is flying coach. You go into a church where the pastor got a better car than the congregation, you need to go to another church. Just because he can talk a good game don't mean shit. A man of God is just as broke as everybody else in the church. He should have less because he don't fucking work. He should have less than everybody else because he don't work. His job is to make everybody else feel good about their sins. That's it. That's what the sacrifices were in the Bible, weren't they? That's what the 10% was for, because they raised the cattle, they set up the sacrifices. Y'all would slaughter the sacrifices, and then put you first you put your sins into the animal, then you slaughtered the animals. Y'all left them there, and y'all went home. And this is the part of the Bible that had me twisted, because first and foremost, thou shalt not kill. We're gonna go to the church, right? We're going to repent for our sins by committing murder. I don't know how this makes sense. Then we're gonna go on about our day feeling good about ourselves, right? Now, the people in the church, they're gonna clean this mess up because y'all just butchered these animals and left them there. Nah, they're gonna clean it up, skin up the animals, everything like that, sell them in the meat market, make a little bit of money, and go buy them some more cattle and do this all over again for next service, right? And that's why they say don't ask where the meat came from, right? Because you don't want to know that actually was a sacrifice. That your lamb chops was a sacrifice. That's why they say don't ask where the meat come from, right? In the Bible, that's what all the stuff say. Now, back then, their whole job was to protect your ego, and it wasn't free. So you gave them 10% so that you could feel good about yourself and being an asshole for the rest of the week. Now, that has become a business. It is a tax-exempt business. A lot of churches are 501c3, publicly funded, nonprofit entities that, being a religious practice, does not have to report their capitalization to the IRS. They don't have to pay taxation. They don't have to pay property tax. And their $3 million church, you paid for. But you're paying rent in a rundown apartment. Think about it now. Think about it. So when I talk to y'all about spending money, saving money, investing money, if you're going to do something for somebody, you do something for somebody. You know what I mean? Because the knowledge that I paid to y'all, because they said in the book, they say you would take your knowledge and you go and spread it out to the masses. To take the knowledge of being self-sufficient. You teach a man how to fish. You don't give him a fish. You teach a man how to make money. You don't give him a couple dollars. But at the end of the day, if you take the knowledge that you learn and you show other people how to get on their feet, they still going to need a little bit of a boost. Because you could teach a man how to dig a ditch, but you still got to give him a shovel to start digging. So you can teach somebody how to make themselves successful, but you might have to give them a little bit of help to get started. I talk about this a lot of the time. Some of the people that are homeless because they don't have a home. That sounds redundant, but no, you gotta, in America, you gotta have a house in order to get a job. You gotta have a house in order to get an ID. You've got to have an ID in order to get a job. So you need a house to get an ID to get a job, and you need a job to get the house. So how do you get the job if you don't have a house? How do you get an ID if you don't have a house? And how do you get a job without an ID if you don't have a house? The problem with homelessness is that they don't have a home. You fix that. Give them a place to live. Help them get their ID. Use the house and the ID to help them get a job. Now that they got a job, charge them rent. Problem solved. And it's cheaper than paying $1 million a week to have the military torment people in Memphis. Because I actually covered a whole show about this. It'll cost you $42 million a year to end homelessness. It's cost you $120 million a year to displace them, meaning relocate them and leave them out there. So 40% of the cost to relocate them, you can end homelessness forever and build an established functioning system that would prevent homelessness with at-risk low-income housing. But it would take the 10% that they give to the church. to give to somebody like me to put something like that into action so that it will put a stop to it. But the only way people are going to donate to something like that is that they got to see it functioning. In order for them to see it functioning, somebody got to take money out of their pocket, make it happen, show that it works, and then expand on that. Then people are like, oh shit, this came out of nowhere. No, it's always been that way. It's just don't nobody want to do nothing for nobody else. As soon as you start talking about doing for somebody else, oh, well, the homeless people are going to destroy your apartment and use it as a crack den. That's their choice. The Lord gave them boys 3 coins. And out of the 3 men, one hid it, did nothing with it. One invested and lost it. One invested and got something. 2/3 of the people was successful. That's more than 60%. Those naysayers that say, oh, well, what if they fuck up your place? Those are the people that's going to hide the coin and hope for the best. God gonna bless me one day. Not if you don't get up off your ass. Faith without work is dead. So what you believing in? You got a flat, you ain't gonna change your tire, but the Lord gonna send you somebody to fix your car. But you got a jack in the trunk, spare tire in the trunk, 2 hands, 2 feet, probably even a flashlight. Get your ass out there and change your tire. He gave you the strength to do it yourself. You know what I mean? I love today's show because we didn't even get to today's topic yet. It's gonna be a long show because I got 95 pages I ain't even touch. Oh shit. He said there's a Catholic college in my city that buys up all the property downtown and don't pay taxes into the city. That college makes a lot of money for a nonprofit. They buy mansions and drive in luxury cars. And you know what? That Catholic college should be buying up all the property in downtown and then giving below market rent to all of the low income civilization so that they can expand and take a chop down on the cost of living. Because you know why the housing market is so competitive? It's because the greedy are not competing against one another. Everybody is going to raise the rent $100 a year. Nobody is going to lower the rent. First time you give somebody a 25-year lease on a fixed income, and honest to God, they legally have like 5 and 10-year leases that you can do for certain people. And when you start talking about fixed rent, bro, you will be the cornerstone. You will be holding 90 to 95% or more rental properties, like full of tenants, because you are the cheapest landlord in the neighborhood. And if you're one of the cheapest landlords in a neighborhood where you hold above average quality of your properties, you're not dealing with not having enough people to pay the bill. You got consistent revenue because the tenants that could afford to pay for your place 5 years ago got 5 more years on their lease. When they move out, you raise the rent after you renovate the place. Is it how is the homeless people going to pay for these homes? As I told you before, you put them into the home because they have they've been doing this for generations. They have short-term emergency residency, refugee housing that is 18 to 24 months, rent-free. After that, you can put them leave them in the place, but renew the lease with a mandatory payment. You put them in there for 18 months with the option for a 6-month extension, which gives them 2 years to get their shit together. And then after that, charge them rent. Within any good faith, honest to God person, within the first 30 days, 30 to 90, they're going to start trying to help out the cause because you took them off the street. For those people who are good-hearted people that needed that opportunity to get on their feet, the rest of them, they're going to benefit from it and take the cash, capitalize on taking up the money and walk away. And that's what people are going to say, oh, well, I don't want to lose out on the money. But 18 to 24 months refugee housing for at-risk individuals, there's a grant for that. So you don't need to get the money from the homeless people. You can get the money from the U.S. government. All you got to do is show the paperwork that supports the fact that you've been housing emergency homeless refugee individuals for 18 months. Matter of fact, a lot of people get on Section 8 and HUD, and they be on that waiting list for 5 and 10 years. You pick them up by accident and notify HUD and Section 8 and be like, hey, I got such and such person in my residence. And they're going to be like, oh, shit, let me send them a check. They were on my list. You're getting paid for that. So you're doing something for somebody else for the sake of the fact that they need it, not for the sake of the fact that you're getting paid off of it. People want to only do it if they're getting paid for it. And then here, this is the part that everybody gets afraid of. Oh, well, you know, oh, someone's smoking crack. They're going to be smoking crack in the unit. But you didn't do it for a profit, and you didn't do it to make them stop smoking crack. You did it to help them get off the street. So if your goal is to help them get off the street, you accomplished your goal. What they do with that opportunity is up to them. But if you can show the U.S. government, hey, I just took 300 people off the street, U.S. government gonna say, hey, here's a check, do it again. That's the method to the madness. That is the method to the madness of nonprofit, publicly funded organizations that nobody takes advantage of in real estate. Every country around the world has a special economic zone that governments fund the developer to create housing for at-risk environments, homeless and poor people. Most Fortune 500 real estate development companies aim for the $1 million mansions in the Hamptons and the multi-million-dollar apartment complexes, because they don't give a fuck about the homeless people. They care about making as much money as they can in the least amount of time possible, with hopefully the least amount of effort. Ironically, though, on a nonprofit, the board gets 5% of the money that come in. So let's say you had a $10 million nonprofit. You get $5 million. $2.5 million out of that. You got 10 people on the board. You divide that 10 ways. It's $250,000 a person to be on the board of a nonprofit that is preventing people from being homeless. You're getting paid. It doesn't matter what they do to the property. And the government will pay you to take people off the street. So a $42 million business plan that would allow to permanently eliminate homelessness within 5 to 10 years of the business plan starting up. All it takes is for a person to start buying apartment complexes and using 80% of that apartment complexes for at-risk individuals, and then continue to buy apartment complexes. And I love this. This is a dumb question. She said loans from credit unions, Michael. Loans from credit unions would work. Loans from banks would work to get things started, and then taking the receipts from all of these purchases, and it's called a fiscal year reimbursement grant. You fill that out, send it to the U.S. government, they reimburse you. Then you can do it all over again. Now, this is a dumb question, but I love the devil's advocate question. How many of these homeless are you willing to take in? As many as I got space for. Because when you show proof that you got them in your possession, bro, that's how you get reimbursed for what you did. But that means that you're spending money out of pocket to do something nice for somebody else. And then you tell somebody else that you did something for somebody else, and they're going to give you money for it because that's not your job. And then here go the dumbest question: into your home. I've done that before too. I've actually taken a lot of people off the streets doing that. But I mean, one person doing this by themselves is not going to offset the 5% a year increase in homeless population. The 30,000 homeless people in Florida that are homeless, with only 1,500 homeless shelters when there's not 40-degree weather, 3,000 homeless spaces for spaces, not shelters, spaces. So out of 30,000 people, if it's below 40 degrees, 3,000 people got a place to go, and the other 27,000 don't. And that's just one state out of 50. So if I help 10, that's not putting a dent in the problem. But with 385 million Americans, everybody put up $10, you would solve the problem. It wouldn't be just $10 once, but I mean, shit, if you did $10 a month, it would solve the problem. And you spend more than that at your local church. You spend more than $10 a month at your local church, whether you give them $50 once every 5 months or whatever. You spend more than $10 at your local church every year. You spend more than $100. Because I did say only $42 million a year is needed. We have 385,000 Americans on record, not the undocumented Americans. 385,000 Americans, no, 385 million Americans. So with 385 million Americans and only 42 million Americans got to put up $1. 420,000 Americans put up $10. So less than 1% of the population can put up $10 and you can fix homelessness. $10 a month. I'm trying to tell you, it's doable, bro. It's just that it takes people who are not afraid of failure to get together and strive for success. Yes, 50% of them were crackheads. And 75% of them succeeded. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. You're just taking them off the street for taking them off the street. You got some that are single fathers, some are single mothers, some are couples. A lot of times they got a lot of grants out there for some of these individuals that are children out of orphanages that aged out of the system. They didn't learn anything while they were in foster care, and now they're not capable of self-sustaining themselves. You can grab those kids, put them into a safe place, teach them how to be self-sustainable, get them on their feet. There's a grant for that. Here's another thing. Any business that hires at-risk individuals, there's a payroll grant for that. Because you got rehabilitation for inmates and all kinds of other stuff. Like talk about $10,000 towards your payroll to compensate individuals for helping them get on their feet. You can go to grants.gov and you can find millions of dollars of grants to help solve the problems that we look at and shed a tear over every month. Who's doing it though? The money just sit there and float until it expires. Because it takes more effort than people are willing to, but oh yeah, you'll take a rich person, go out to the hood and spend $250,000 on food to hand out to people and give them 2 or 3 plates for the week and never see them again. But these multimillionaires are not going into the hood and redeveloping the hood so that the hood starts looking like the suburbs. Is that for the richest country in the world, we should not be homeless, period. Where's the money? The money is in the hands of the top 1%. Between Donald Trump's $3 to $4 billion and Elon Musk's $4 to $5 billion, you got almost $10 billion between 2 people. Okay? You got almost $10 billion between 2 people. Them 2 men got more money together than probably 25 or 30% of America. That's where all the money is at. And that's why I try to tell y'all, we're in a capitalist country. We are branded the greatest country in the world. We're not the greatest country in the world. Statistically, we rank between 125 and 135 with all of the qualities that are considered to be the best in a country. We are out of over 200 countries. We are on the bottom half of the list, the bottom half. We're not at the 50 percentile, because if we're at 135 out of 200, that's like the bottom 25% of everything that's considered great for a country. But it's because we're a capitalist country. We make money off of everything. One of the reasons why nonprofits don't head in this particular type of direction in real estate that often is because you're supposed to be a nonprofit. If you start turning profits without expansion, you lose your nonprofit status. And a lot of people get greedy. Somebody ends up into a scandal like that FEMA scandal when Sarah Palin was buying shoes in Texas while people were sleeping in graveyards, drowning in water. They don't pay attention because there's too much money to go around and people get greedy. But if this is all about doing for those who don't have, it's easy. I don't think $6 million for trans in Africa, or $85 billion. Oh, you mean trains in Africa, or $85 billion left on the Tramik in Afghanistan? Yeah, I don't think that shit is worth paying for. But look at what I'm talking about. Look right there. Okay, so it said $85 billion for the trauma in Afghanistan, and I told you 45 million. I said 45 million a year would fix the homeless population. He just said $85 billion in Afghanistan. Why the fuck are we sending $85 billion in Afghanistan and we got homeless people in America? Fuck Afghanistan. We should be $85 billion in America to fix homeless people. That's what I'm trying to talk about. I got the blueprint. I know what it needs to get it done, but it take money. It take money. Gotta not be broke. Because you gotta put, if you build it, they will come. Set up a system that's fixing a problem. And when that system starts working, then everybody else is like, oh shit, I'm gonna pay for that. For two reasons. Some people are gonna want to benefit from it. And then other people are going to feel like, oh, that's a good cause to help other people get on their feet. Other people are going to be jealous. Fuck you. You're putting them in a better house than I'm in. Fuck those guys. They deserve to live the way they live. But see, the problem is just what happened with the shutdown last time, just what happened with the shutdown right now. All it takes is for you to miss 3 paychecks back to back, and you're homeless like the person you're saying, fuck that guy. 3 paychecks, that's 6 weeks of unemployment. 3 paychecks, that's 6 weeks of unemployment. And your ass is out on the street because you can only go 60 days past due on your rent, 90 days overdue on your rent. Your landlord is evicting your ass. He said, then let the 1% buy for all. My pockets is only producing rent. But that's the thing. What was it? Reagan, President Reagan had taxed the rich 50% to stabilize the economy. Trump produced tax exemptions for high profit investments. And that's why I keep talking to y'all about the brokerage accounts. You're going to get more tax exemptions off of your brokerage account than what you're going to get off of your W-2 paycheck. He has dismantled the tax deductions in some states. So state level taxes is not going to have tax deductions in some states. He produced tax deductions for businesses, C corporations and LLCs. Yeah, he's giving you tax exemptions on your overtime hours, and he's giving you tax exemptions on some of your tips, but you're still paying more taxes being poor than what the rich is paying. So I keep telling y'all, put your money up there like the rich folks. I'm not going to say that he's a bad dude for what he did. I'm telling you, if he just put out a bill at the beginning of 2025 that says that if you're making a lot of money off your brokerage account, you're not going to pay as much taxes on it. Do you really want to spend the principal of your paycheck and pay more taxes? Because think about it. You got your wage tax for working, sales tax for buying stuff, or you can put your money into your brokerage account and get less tax off of the money you make off your brokerage account, do your sales tax, and then mortgage a lot of shit and borrow a bunch of money against your brokerage account and buy a lot of shit and get tax deductions off of the loans you took out where you bought everything cash up front. That's why the rich ain't paying for that and all the poor people paying for it. Why you think the 1% got 99% of the money? Because they're putting the money on everybody else. He's putting the debt on everybody else. Make education free. Well, if you wanted free education, you should have voted for Hillary Clinton instead of Obama. If you wanted free health care, you should have voted for Hillary Clinton instead of Obama. That's what happened. That was the platform that year. The year that Hillary Clinton was running, we would have ended up with free education and free health care. But guess what we would have gotten in return for free health care and free education? We would have gotten like 10% taxation. Everybody would have been pissed off. In order for them to support such a market, you would have to tax the people more money. But unfortunately, the poor people would have been paying for it, not the rich, because the tax exemptions are for the rich, not for the poor. When you do percentage deductions, if you make $1 million and you get 35% off, you're going to get more money back than if you make $10,000 to get 35% off. So why not put your money where the rich people put their money so that you get taxed less? That's what I be trying to teach folks. He said, how do you open a brokerage account? I'm going to put, matter of fact, I ain't even got to do it. I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to go back up here and I'm going to click this button. I should be putting a link up there so that I can get me a referral credit for each one of y'all that sign up for it. Yeah, look, hold on. I gotta scroll all the way up because we had a lot of conversation about it. Because you got different type of brokerage accounts. I would have saved so much time if I would have just typed the shit here. Boom. That answers your question right there, Steven. See that right there? Stash.com. You can go to that app, set everything up, link your bank account to it. And then by doing that, you can upload money to the thing. It's ETF trading, which is faster than doing option trading. You put your money up there on the stock options, and then you can watch your money. You can research all of the brokerage accounts, and you are getting the dividends from all of the brokerage accounts. They're paying you every month. They send you notifications to your email. You can actually get involved with some of for any accounts that you own, any brokerage accounts. I mean, not brokerage, any stock options that you own as a shareholder. They notify you about share votes, and you can get in there and put your opinion on where your money's at. And the lowest fee is like $3 a month, which is like $36 a year, to put all of your money into a place where your money will make money for you. You're going to make more than $36 in a year. And that has no limit to how many trades you can do. You can do the dividend rotation strategy I've been telling you about with no extra fees, or you can do a buy and hold situation with no extra fees. And you keep getting the dividends with no extra fees. And you can reinvest the dividends. It teaches you how to invest. It teaches you how to save. It teaches you how to build a portfolio. It has a bunch of preset portfolios. They have stable, they have growth, they have theme based, like religious based or green energy or tech based or whatever the case may be. All of that stuff. What is equity on a home? That's the amount of money. And what is sweet equity? Shit, sweet equity is the extra money that's there. that's the sweet part. So the equity on the home is the value of the house versus the debt. That's what it is. So if you have a $500,000 house and you have a $200,000 mortgage on a house, you have $300,000 worth of equity in the house. That is what you can take a home equity loan off of. So you can still have your $200,000 mortgage, but your home equity loan, which is a second mortgage on the remaining value of the house, you can get up to, I want to say 60% of that. So out of the $300,000 that's left, you might be able to get $200,000 off of it, and you would have basically two loans on the house. And that is only accomplishable because you're going to mortgage the house when you first get it, and you're going to owe 100% of what you agreed to pay for the house. If you're paying more than what you owe on the house, you're paying down a principal. Within the first 5 or 10 years of you paying on the house, you're likely to have more equity in the house. So let's say you buy a $200,000 house and you're making payments. Your 30 years, you're supposed to be paying like $1,000 a month. If you're paying $1,500 a month, because that used to be the mortgage on your apartment, you'll be paying 150% towards your mortgage. Within 10 years, you should have close to $150,000. Well, no, not $150,000, because you're paying like $15,000 a year instead of 15 or $20,000 a year instead of like $12,000 a year. So you'll be doubling down and basically chipping away. So within 10 years, yeah, you might have like closer to $50,000 or $75,000 towards the $200,000 house, where you would, instead of paying for 30 years, you might only have to pay it for 15 years. But the fact is that 10 years in, more than 50% of the value of the house will be paid, which means that you have an equity there that can be utilized if you needed a 50 grand mortgage home equity loan to pay for something like buying a new car, which you should only have to get you like a $30,000 car. But if there's 50 grand on your house that is available equity and you get a home equity loan on your house, you're on good standings, you're overpaying on the house, you're showing good payment history, your credit score is going up, all this other stuff. And then you get that home equity loan, which is going to be a cheaper interest rate than the loan on your car. You can use that home equity loan to pay for buying another car. And you buy the car cash up front, which separates the asset of the car from the debt of the mortgage. Now, when it comes down to lines of credit towards your brokerage account, you can do the same thing. If you put away $150,000 to $200,000, well, usually they start giving you lines of credit when you have well over $100,000 worth of assets in your brokerage account. But let's say you have $200,000 in your brokerage account and you want like 100 grand out of it, which is 50% of it. They give you up to 75, but let's say you want 100 grand out of it. Out of that 100 grand, that $200,000 house, you could put 100 grand on a house and massively reduce your payments. You could take that 100 grand, you could buy your car for 20 grand, and you could put the other 75 grand on a house. You could put 20 grand down, buy you a car, take 75 grand, put it into the brokerage account, and then take the dividends from the brokerage account and pay off the line of credit for the brokerage account. So you got a free car. The debt is tied to the assets. The not the assets, but the debt is tied to the brokerage account. So if you default on the loan, the brokerage account goes away. But the car, you keep the car. But if you borrowed enough money to pay for the mortgage, you don't have a mortgage on the house, you keep the house, you keep the car, the brokerage account pays for the loan. And anytime you pay for a loan, that's a tax deduction. So the profits off the brokerage account that could be taxed is going to be offset by the deductions from paying off a loan from the installment loan that was taken out for the brokerage account. But that installment loan is reflected on your credit score as a positive credit history. The mortgage is a positive credit history. The car loan is a positive credit history. So you start getting a better credit score. And if you start getting really close to an 850, they start offering you a black card, which is a no limit line of credit. When you got a no limit line of credit, you can just swipe the card and buy you a house. Put it on a credit card. 2 hours and 41 minutes, and I ain't even started the show's topic. He said, based on the 2025 World Happiness Report, the United States has fallen 24th place out of roughly 140 countries, making its lowest ever ranking since the report began in 2012. Oh, look at that. For the first time, we're in the top half of something. Happy countries in the world in Finland. Yeah, it is. I covered that when I talked about Finland. If there's a way I can get you a referral fee for opening a brokerage account, I want to do that. Oh, all right. Well, hold on. Let me see if I can put up. Let me see if I can get a thing, because I know that they do. I could type that in there. Give me just a second. I could type that in there. That's gonna take me a little bit of seconds. How does that work? There it is. Oh, Jesus. This is gonna be long. HTTPS. Oh Lord. And then we gotta do this and then backslash twice. And then you're gonna have to copy and paste out the comment section. Get.stash. I'm gonna put this into the membership too.com, and then y'all can swing by and grab it whenever y'all want to. /R/ I gotta type in this whole thing. R30C. Y'all can write it down while y'all listening to it. 5CR. This is a long 90F. Oh my God. 30C. This is almost like Morse code. 0112 26 dash 4 capital T. Woo, capital J. capital Q, capital L, capital V, A, A. Let me double check that. Make sure I'm writing it correctly. So HTTPS double backslash get.stash.com backslash R backslash R30C 5CR 90F 30C 011226-4TLVAA. There it is right there. Oh no, I'm gonna put it up there where everybody can get. If I'm gonna do it, I got nothing to hide, bro. I'm gonna send it to. I'm gonna put it up there. I just had to verify to make it work. So what it does is that it's a link to get $30 to invest when you join and deposit at least $5. So if you claim it before it expires, it will give you the opportunity to get started, hit the ground running. So I guess if you put up 5, they'll hand you 30 on faith, and that give you $35 to get started to start investing in a thing. This will be the first time I use a referral code. So you use a referral code, you let me know how well it works. As far as I know, that I'm allowed to get up to $1,000 a year worth of referrals. So ain't nobody ever got a referral from me before. So I'll be so if people start referring, it'll be balling out of control, because I tell people about this stuff. I don't even be thinking about the referral code at the time. I be telling people about this stuff, and then I be thinking about it on the back end, like, damn, I could have I could have got me a credit off of that shit. But no, yeah, you should go ahead and since you haven't, if you don't own an account, you use this and set up your account. I think that they do sometimes allow for you to put the promo code in there, even though you already got an account, because a promo code only goes towards one promo account per account, or one promo code per account. So you can't use a promo code from 13 different people for your account. But if you've never used a promo code on your account, like Nicole started up one, if she never used a promo code, if she added a promo code to it, it might accept it and then give her the referral credit. But it's supposed to, because I don't want to scam the people, it's supposed to be the incentive of starting up the account from the notification, the referral, and that's the $5 referral credit. So if you've never had a stash account before and you decide to get the stash account now, and then you start up the account, you put $5 on it, and then you start investing on it, they might send me $5. So and you should get 30, and that with your $5 that you upload, that'll give you 35, and then you could start putting on the stocks that you see and going across the bottom of the screen if you're looking at it on 9:16. I'm sorry, 16:9. But if you're looking at it from the vertical form, it's going across the top of the screen, and you grab all of those stocks and you can invest into each one of those stocks, and you can actually cross-reference the stocks I'm talking to you about. You can see the annual percentage yields of those stocks. You can see all of the brokerage accounts everywhere. Look up anything that anybody throws up on this show or anything that you see in the news, and see if you can invest in it from that app. And you can verify that if it's worth buying into or not. If the stock is got a dividend payout, if it doesn't have a dividend payout, it'll tell you when the last time it paid out. If it paid out last month, it's either a quarterly or a monthly. You can Google it if you want to. Ask the Google lady, and you can Google it and see if it's a quarterly or a monthly payer. And then you can grab that information, and then it'll tell you, if you Google it, it'll tell you when the payout day is outside of the ex-dividend day. And I put those days on the membership of the platform, on the YouTube platform. So if and when, when I get off work today, I'm going to do so. Yeah, so if and when you decide to get into the membership and you decide to follow along, a lot of the stocks that I follow, a lot of the stocks that because I try to every month put up a list of the upcoming stocks that have ex-dividend dates, and I put up the the declaration dates, because the declaration date guarantees you when the ex-dividend date is. I don't always put up the payout date because I don't really care about the payout date, because you're guaranteed the money if you have the account by the ex-dividend date. But if you care about balancing your budget based off the payout date, I could throw the payout date into the membership too, and it'll tell you how much stuff that you can look forward to. But it gives you an email every time you get a payment, every time you make a sale, every time you make a purchase. It gives you an email, and it reminds you, hey, you've got money. And it's a good way to put your money. And if you're doing buy and holds, because the tax deduction, not tax deduction, the qualified tax exemption is for buy and hold stocks. So if you're buying a stock and you're holding it, it's 121 days is the expectation. So if you buy it today and you keep it for the next 2 or 3 months, it's going to fall into that qualified tax rate. If you're buying and selling, it's going to be taxed at normal rate. So if you do buy and holds, where whatever stock you're putting into and you just hold it, and then all you do is just add more money to the stock, that's going to fall into a qualified tax rate, where you're looking at, depending on growth and other such, you're looking at potentially paying zero taxes for up to $34,000 for a single person, $64,000 for head of household. I don't know why you wouldn't file for head of household regardless. And then $97,400 if you're married. But married is 150%. So when you're filing married, you're filing joint. So even though it's $97,000 for the two of you, if you've got an income and she's got an income, you're still only getting $97,000. So you're being cheated. But if you are married and she doesn't have a job, you're still getting $97,000. So you benefit. So if both of you have a job, you got to file separate. And you're not going to get the 150%. It only comes from filing joint when you're married. But all of these things I tell you guys to make y'all financially successful. So like, I know some people are going to tell me, oh, why don't you do X, Y, and Z? And I'm like, man, I'm not going to bash that dude, because the dude, he did what he did. But if he's doing for the financially wealthy individuals, why are we not making decisions that make us financially wealthy? Why are we not putting more time and effort to invest and spend like wealthy people? And you got to think, there's a difference. Investing and spending like wealthy people is not buying a $30,000 gold chain to wear around your neck or a $50,000 watch around your wrist. That's not wealthy. That's broke life spending. Wealthy people put their money in places where their money is making money for them. And the only time they make a purchase is when it's a tax deductible purchase. That's the wealthy life. So you're buying a car for a tax deduction, because if you buy the car for the LLC, they're going to give you 100% tax deduction on the value of the car if it's 6,000 pounds or more. So you go buy you a 4Runner or a G-Wagon or a Hummer or something like that because of the weight of the car, not because of the name brand of the vehicle, because the weight of the car gives you 100% tax deduction. So you don't really got to go buy that Hummer or that 4Runner or that RAV4 or whatever. You could just go buy you a fucking truck. You could buy you an F-150 or a Dodge Ram 2500 or something like that. And the weight of the truck, you qualify for the tax deduction, and then you could just free vehicle. This should be taught in high school. But you know what also should be taught in high school? They don't teach financial freedom in high school. But what they don't teach you in high school is that public school is government funded. Public school is a 501c3 entity. And I tell you this all the time when we start talking about this. If you got kids, if you got nieces and nephews, and they go to public school, you donate money to the school and get a voucher from the school so that you give them money to the school. Then when you file your taxes, they give you a tax credit for that. But because you're giving money to the school is going to appreciate you. The school is going to appreciate your kids or whatever kids that you represent when you donate money to the school. And the public funding, because they don't have a Department of Education anymore. The public funding, the public school, is a tax deduction from the U.S. government. So you can give $10,000 a year to your local public school, and that's almost $1,000 a semester, or $1,000 a month for semester, which is like $3,000 every season, which is almost the price of a private school. You can increase the quality of resources in your public school. And that $10,000 is tax deducted on your taxes as a W-2 worker. That ain't even got nothing to do with an LLC. That's just you as a poor person making a $50,000 a year income, giving $10,000 to education and getting a $10,000 tax deduction off of your W-2. And if what you got 300, 500 kids in the school, 1 to 2 kids per parent, you're looking at almost 250 parents. They put up $10,000 a year. That's $250,000 extra into the budget for that school. And instead of the teacher making $45,000 a year buying paper and pencils and stencils and school books and everything for the kids, because the parents send the children to school with no school supplies, talk about some government that I pay my taxes when I commit tax fraud. The $250,000 would make it worth being a teacher. So when we say, well, they should teach that in public school. Well, what teacher is going to teach that at $25,000 a year? Because if they're taking half of their income and buying school supplies for all the children are cursing out the teacher. The parent is threatening to fight the teacher if the teacher defends herself against the child. Then if the public don't like the teacher's behavior, the teacher get fired on reputation alone, not because the teacher did nothing wrong. The child need an ass whooping, but you can't beat the child, even though it's lawfully allowed in over 19 states across the country. And the fact is that the teachers in public schools suffer financially, morally, ethically, but we will pay double to put our child in a prestigious private school so that the teacher can talk to us like shit, the principal can talk to us like shit. Our child is on a financial aid program. They're being bullied in a school, and we're lucky to be in that school because of the name of the school. That's it. Because of the name of the school. Not because your child is getting a better education in that private school. Because in the private school, guess what they're going to do in a private school that they're not going to do in a public school? Is beat your child ass. Because if you don't want your child to get kicked out of that private school, you will allow them to discipline the children the way they see fit. That's why they got better structure. Because you paid them to do in a private school what you don't want to pay for in a public school. A lot of times people aren't going to private school because they're poor. They're going to private school because the parents don't know no better. Or I'm sorry, they're not going to public school because they're poor. They're going to public school because the parents don't know no better. But if you knew better, you'd be like, fuck that. I'd be taking 10% out of my check and giving it to the school. Look, instead of giving 10% to the church, give 10% to the school. Because what we used to have when we was going to school in the 80s and 90s was home economics. Home economics would teach some of this stuff, at least how to balance a checkbook and how to open up a savings account. Well, how to open a brokerage account, they're not teaching that. But Donald Trump just did it in 2025. He's got the Trump accounts out there for the newborn babies that are going to be born between 25 and 28. They get $1,000 in a brokerage account that the parents control. And if you teach your children how to invest, your children will not be broke by the time they're 20. They will have money to buy their own house or pay for their own college tuition, start up a business. Any extra money that you're giving them to go out to the club and shit, you could be or buying video games and playing Fortnite and shit. You could be putting that in a brokerage account so that these kids, when they get 25, 30 years old, they got 30 grand there to put a down payment on their house. Now, instead of them paying $5,000 a semester on campus on a dorm, they will be paying rent, or not paying rent, paying for a mortgage. And if you got a 3 or 4 bedroom house where you can rent out 2 of the rooms, if you're going to have roommates, they're paying for your mortgage. So you still keep the house, unemployed, going to college. And these kids wouldn't have to suffer. You wouldn't. There go another solution to the homeless problem. If everybody owned their own house, if 2 people date one another, like I said before, and both of y'all own your own house, one of them's going up for rent, and the other one y'all gonna live in, and y'all got an extra income. You know what I mean? She said, is financial freedom taught more in private school? No, financial freedom is not taught in private school. Financial freedom is not taught in public school. Financial freedom is not taught in college. Financial freedom is taught on this podcast because I realized that nobody's teaching it. Financial freedom is the common sense information that is passed down from generation to generation that is called the good old boys club, because the rich old people is telling the rich young people how not to be poor. The poor people don't know how not to be poor because the poor people only know what they were taught by their parents. Go to work to make money so that you got money to spend. That's all we learn how to do. We learn how to balance our budget and rob Peter to pay Paul. Rich people teach children how to go find Nick, leverage Nick to buy out Paul so that Paul can pay Peter so that you ain't got to pay nobody. You learn it's not what you learn from school, it's who you know at school. If your mama paying for the gym, you the student that's at the school telling the principal, do you know who my mama is? Leverage. You don't have that when you're on financial aid. Free lunch because you can't afford to buy it. You know what I mean? That's the difference in life. But you can teach your children financial freedom if you knew it. But most adults don't know it, so they can't teach their kids financial freedom because their parents didn't know about financial freedom, because their grandparents didn't know about financial freedom. The rich people know about financial freedom and they tell everybody else in their family about financial freedom. Y'all see the seminars where they sell the idea about financial freedom, but like $3-4 a month, you can join my podcast membership and financial freedom information is flowing through the membership every day. $350 an hour with a financial advisor, $3 a month with me in a membership. Well, you got financial freedom flowing every day. I'm giving y'all 3-4 hours a day. I haven't even started today's topic. I got 95 pages of information about how you can make a kind of business that can pay for itself and run itself. And I haven't even talked about that yet. And I don't mind, but I've been here for 3 hours telling y'all nothing but how to make yourselves financially better. And I'm doing it technically for free, short whatever ads that's popped up on your page. And that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm doing it and I'm looking at the clock like I got plenty of time because I'm off for the next 2 days. So I can run this I can run this podcast for 3 more hours because I ain't got nothing to do for the next 2 days. You know, my laptop plugged into the wall. I got unlimited power. My bills are paid until April 1st right now. I don't got shit to pay for March. So I'm just sitting here chilling. You know what I mean? I got a text message that I got paid. Oops. I'm sitting in a chair from something else that I don't got to do that after the show. That's why I'm here for the rest of the afternoon. But I learned from my mistakes and then I did research after I learned that. And then I started doing the show for y'all. And then I started learning there's so much stuff out there that nobody knew. Nobody told me. So I learned 2.5, 3 years ago, a lot of this stuff. And now I'm just teaching it to everybody else because I went to college and got 3 degrees: microbiology, communication and health, and computer technology. I am not using none of those degrees. I teach kids in Asia how to get into college. I've helped 4 kids from Thailand get to America in the last 3 months. And they're going to high school and college. I mean, in Florida right now. And one of them's going to Brown. And I got 2 more that in the next 30 days is supposed to be coming over to Cambridge. I just helped 4 kids with the Olympics math test that just happened 2 weeks ago, the AMC. So I'm my degree is when you can't do teach, right? And my degree is like, well, let me help the next generation be more successful. So it's crazy that I found all of this knowledge. She said, "You too funny. You right." You is teaching us. I know, but this is the thing though. I found all of this information out by researching it, and I research heavy, and I research heavy every day, 365 days a year. Not one day out of my life have I not since 2023 either picked up my cell phone or got on this computer and not looked something up. Not just for the show. I cannot sit on my cell phone and watch Netflix without doing picture in picture and researching something while I'm watching a show. While I'm watching a movie on Netflix, I got to research something. Let somebody say something in Korean and I don't understand what it means. I'm going to research it. I'm looking it up. I'm not just, some of that was funny, but I didn't understand the rest of it. Now, fuck that. What did he say? Hold on. Let me look that up and see if that's really a thing. And I do research. And then I learned so many more things that I did not know before I started doing this podcast. And then I put it all together and I share it with y'all. And with all of the stuff that I'm talking to y'all about right now, this stuff that's been around for 10, 20 years. And it's common knowledge, but we are so overwhelmed with information from the internet to the fact that we got tunnel vision. It's information overload. So the biggest issue we have right now is that we're entertained with TikTok. The guys are watching the girls shake their behinds. The girls are watching the chaos with Fresh and Fit. We're watching people embarrass themselves. We're watching people prank other people and piss people off. We're watching people get revenge on other people. We're watching the police mistreat people. We're watching ICE kill people. But we're not looking for how to improve the shit we don't like in our own life. Then we go to TikTok and everybody's chasing Elon Musk and how he's exploding his Tesla industry with robots and driverless everything, solar everything. And then we have gamers that are playing video games and everybody's watching video games on TikTok and Twitch. But when you come to YouTube, YouTube got almost all the same shit that TikTok does, with the exception of YouTube got me. And this is the only podcast that is not trying to sell you on some bullshit. This is the only podcast that's saying, look, man, you don't have to be broke for the rest of your life. All you got to do is just pay attention and start spending your money in other places, and you will not be broke no more. And if you follow what I'm telling you, you will see in your own life that you will change your budget and stop wasting your money on bullshit. You can still keep your hair, your nails, your eyelashes, your waist trainer, but you're not going to buy them unnecessary red bottoms. You can keep your makeup and you're not going to buy that unnecessary Coach purse. And when you save $1,500 on them red bottoms, that's only going to be worn 4 times before the heel break, and you save money on that Coach purse because you got 8 more in the closet, you're going to realize you just saved $3 grand. That right there is enough for you to say thank you. Because that $3 grand can go into a brokerage account and get you 600. And that's the difference. Just changing the way you spend money. And when your money starts making money for you, because everybody that's coming to this podcast right now is over the age of 30. Everybody. I didn't check my demographics. I check my demographics every night after the show. Everybody that's on the podcast right now is over the age of 30, and 41% of y'all is over the age of 65. I'm looking. And most of y'all here riding this wave for 3.5, 4 hours because y'all know I'm not lying. And y'all like, damn, I didn't know this. I'm gonna write this shit down. And y'all gonna start trying to apply this late in the game. But if you get your 20-year plan together at 35 years old, by the time you're 65, 67 years old, when Social Security disability kick in and all they want to do is give you $800, you can take what I'm telling you right now and you'll be making $5,000 a month, $10,000 a month. You ain't got to worry about Social Security disability. If they give you Social Security disability, you ain't worrying about it. You got your own. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, you work for it. You're entitled to it. But why are you going to work 50 years of your life so that they can give you $1,000 a month for the next 25? That make no damn sense. If you put your money together and you do it right, learn how to build a trust. Every relationship you get into, find you a man that's got the kind of money, the kind of sense, fuck his money, the kind of sense to not waste the money, live off of his income and invest the rest. Get a joint trust. Have both of y'all as beneficiaries where y'all both get 25% of the money. And then you can break up with that person, make that an irrevocable trust so that he can't terminate it. That bitch will always pay him. It'll always pay you. And the motherfucker will never, because you'll be the first woman in history to leave a man with something. And each time you do that, you will be getting paid from each one of the last relationships that you was in, and you will find yourself with a residual income that you can reinvest in the next relationship, and you can find yourself by the time you're 60 with back pay from exes. You got 18 different trusts from 18 different relationships, all paying you money. You don't need alimony. Fuck him. Just give me the money out the trust. But if you're living off, there's 2 of y'all making $45,000 a year, and you're living off of his income at $45,000, $50,000, and you putting the other $35,000 up onto the bank account, into the brokerage account, and y'all stay together for 2-3 years, you still put away $100-something thousand. Well, I want to live comfortable in my golden years. Everybody wants to live comfortable in their golden years. But Nicole, what have you done in the past 10 years to get that? I know you just started doing stuff when you talking to me this year, so I'm not trying to fault you, but think about it. Think about it now. Because from 18 to today, what have you done to prepare for living comfortable in your golden years? Most people will say nothing. I was enjoying my life back then. Living from paycheck to paycheck, living from date to date, living from adventure to adventure, living off of my student loans. Now you got a bunch of debt. The men ain't talking to you as much. They're not spending as much money as they used to. You got to come out of pocket more often. It's hard to live the lifestyle you used to live when you was 18 and still be able to pay your bills on time. You haven't done nothing to prepare for your golden years. This year, you're going to start doing shit to prepare for your golden years. But last year and the year before, it was YOLO. It was live life like there's no tomorrow. But that makes tomorrow just as hard as yesterday, if not harder, because the older we get, the more the aches and pains get. And the more the aches and pains get, the harder it is for us to get up every day. The harder it is for us to go to work every day. The harder it is for us to stay motivated to put up with the bullshit that's at work, because no matter what kind of job you got, there's 5 people on that job that you wish that we had 24 lawless hours to resolve that problem. Because if we had 24 lawless hours, you got a naughty list that you would check all twice. We all know it. We all know it. We all know it. But if we started right now, now that we realize that our focus was in the wrong spot, if we start now and we start trying to find ways to put our money in places where when we get to them golden years, 70, 75, 80, that we ain't got to work a day in our life, we ain't got to wonder where the money coming from, and we can live in whatever country in the world we want to live in. Even if it's fucking Hong Kong. If you put enough money aside, you can make it, because Asia is expecting you to bring in 75,000 a year. And when you start talking about 15%, which is the market average if you're not doing overly volatile, 15%. If you're tiptoeing off of 15%, $150,000 off of $1 million is 15%. Okay. Now, 40,000 a year for 20 years, you'll be at like $1.5 million. Okay, but the only way you're gonna put away $40,000 a year for 20 years is if you stay with a nigga for 20 years. And if you stay with him for 20 years and y'all split the difference, y'all both getting 60,000 a person off the dividends. And your current income right now is not 60,000. So it's like, well, damn, if my 40, 45, 50,000 a year got with this 40, 45, 50,000 a year, and we lived a $60,000 a year lifestyle and took the difference and invested it into a brokerage account, if I can stay with your broke ass and not lose my mind for 20 years, we will be millionaires. It ain't about if he cheat or not. It's about if he don't fuck up the money for 20 years. Can you not fuck this money up for 20 years? That's all I ask. Don't fuck the money up for 20 years, and I will have the life that I want. I don't give a damn what you do. Women that want to travel the world, hey, you can do it if you got $150,000 a year coming to you and you ain't got to work for it, because it only costs you $5,000, $10,000 to go to the other side of the country, other side of the world. Shit. We're not planning for that. We're not planning for that. And because we're not planning for that, last year sucked. 2024 sucked. 2023 sucked. 2019 was horrible. And what did we do different each year? Change our diet. Go from heavy beer to light beer. Go from beer to wine because it's stronger and cheaper. We went from Patron to Sangria because it's got a bigger hit to it. You know what I mean? We didn't we didn't make meaningful changes in our life. You know, we stopped going out. That's what we did. We saved money by stop going out. Now we're hermits. We don't even socialize with people no more. We turn our back on grown folks that be looking at us in the parking lot instead of trying to see if this person got a business opportunity that we can benefit from. You know what I mean? And this is the stuff that we say, well, that's our improvement. I'm not wasting as much money as I used to. But you got YouTube Premium. You got you got Netflix. You got Disney Plus. You got Hulu. You know what I mean? You got too many subscriptions. You're not watching them all. If you hear 3-4 hours a night, you're not watching Netflix. So you can get rid of your Hulu subscription. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like, there's so many little things, and this is why we're still broke. We are 5th, 8th, 10th generation broke. It's not because we came from slaves. Yeah, we had it bad 100 years ago. It's because our parents' was making bad financial decisions. Our parents' was making bad financial decisions. Our parents were making bad financial decisions. We're making bad decisions. We're teaching our kids to make bad decisions. That's what the fucking problem is. That's exactly what the problem is. The thoughts in the street that can show their most valuable assets and think that makes them valuable. All they goodies hanging out. And the thirsty dudes that want to smash, that'll throw up as much money in the air as possible so that they can sleep with that girl at least one time. He's wasting his most valuable asset, which is the resources that take 75% of his life to get. And she's giving away her most valuable assets, which is her virtue and the ability to reproduce wisely. Neither one of them is preparing for their future. Her goal is to get child support for the kids she should not have had for his broke ass. And what is he doing? If he's paying for the kids, he's forever broke. And now the kids is going to watch the chaos between mom and dad, and they're going to grow up and think that that's how being adult is supposed to look like. And they're going to replicate it. They're going to replicate it. Steven said, I'm lucky if I get 2 Tubi movies a month. I ain't even getting a Tubi movie. I'm not trying to put in the effort to watch the advertisement to allow me to watch the movie for free. I'm not even going to do it. When I get off of this podcast, I got to cover your show about dressing better. I got to cover Michael's show about nursing, the concierge nurse. And I think I got 2 other topics that I was supposed to put up because I got to pick another country for next Wednesday. But when I get off of this show, I'm doing research. I'm doing research about how to be better. I'm not outside of when I watch a couple movies on Netflix or take a nap, I'm not doing nothing. But my Netflix bill got an $8 discount on my cell phone bill. So I'm paying like $14 a month for a family plan for Netflix on my cell phone bill. And that's the only thing I'm paying for. But the cell phone bill belongs to the business. So that cell phone bill is a tax deduction. So how much is Netflix really hurting me if I just got a $350 tax deduction when, remember I told you, they're still taking $150 a month off my phone bill because of the drop frames on the live. Every time this show fuck up, they take $150 off my monthly bill. So I'm only paying $150 a month, but I'm getting $300 a month worth of tax credits. So my $6,000 of tax credits for the phone line, I'm profiting $3,000 a year off of the internet messing up. My Netflix is free. Don't nobody pay attention to these things. These things exist for a reason. There's a policy, there's terms and conditions, and if people don't read the policy, you can't benefit from the conditions because of the terms. All we got to do is just look, and we will find ourselves in a better position. Because if we look, we'll find another way. There's always another way. And if we look, we will find another way. Now that I done did my 3-hour and 10-minute rant, let's go ahead and talk about today's show. Anybody who still got time to be here. So Today we were supposed to be talking about making our first $1,000 online. If y'all haven't tried putting yourselves towards it, but I know you guys are tired of those gurus that are telling you guys about building these massive audiences, creating a viral TikTok dance. Because I am not trying to embarrass myself. I'm too old for that. Or raising venture capital to just get started, because it is hard to crowd fund to get people to invest in your, because everybody's hard up. And I know you're sick of the hype of the Lamborghinis and the promise of a 4-hour work week that somehow takes 80 hours to set up. So, what have I told you guys? The real proven path to your first $1,000 is another kind of boring, because I always try to find you guys the stuff that it does not have all the hype, that does not have all the fame. Nobody really wants to do the shit, and that's why you can make money from it, because it can be done and people will pay for it. Like, for example, right now, if I wanted to invest the money, I would literally pay somebody the cost to organize all of the data on my laptop, organize it, put it into folders, label everything so that I can find it faster. That's a task I talked to y'all about a few weeks ago. I've got a lot of folders in a lot of places with a lot of records in them. To organize them and put them into a filing cabinet, that's a task I talked to y'all about a few weeks ago, that it could be paid for. And it's something that you could pay somebody anywhere between $35 and $150 an hour, depending on the value of the stuff that they're organizing, for these people to organize your stuff so that now you can keep the organization going. But now you can find everything a lot easier, which makes it easier for you to get your stuff done. So forget the massive product launches, forget the complicated funnels. The first real money online is not going to come from some huge flashy event. It never does. It's going to come from solving a simple problem from one paying customer. It's a very unsexy problem. It's going to be very quiet, but it is going to be very profitable. And the truth is, everyone has an idea, but very few people actually start a real business based off of that idea. The difference is understanding the only 3 things that you need to do. Validate a real problem, prove people will pay for it, and then scale in low risk steps. Typically, what people say is that the best way to go when you're starting up a business, regardless of what kind of business it is that you scale it up by reinvesting between 40 and 60% of your profits to expand on the business. So for every $100,000 that you make, you want to put between $40 and $60,000 back into the business to make the business bigger. In doing so, your $100,000 business would turn into a $300,000 business inside of 2 or 3 years. Your $300,000 business would turn into $1 million business within 5 and 7 years. And the first 3 years of existence, the first 3 to 5 years of existence, is usually when businesses fail. So you don't want to scale outside of your performance levels, but you do want to scale inside of your capabilities. You expand the business until you have enough workload to hire another person to do the work for you. Then you expand the business until you have enough workload to hire a second person. Then you expand the business until you have enough workload to hire a third person. Then you expand the business to have enough money to take one of the 3 people that are running the business and use them to train the extra people that are being hired. Now you got 5 people because it's you and 4 other people. Set up a payroll, and you keep doing that. You keep removing yourself out of the daily production until you have a 10, 20 man team, 30, 40 man team, and they're doing all the work. You're still getting your regular salary, but you're doing nothing. You're either expanding the business, bringing in more clientele, or you're hiring more people who have the skill set to expand the business and bring in more clientele. That is the way that you scale up a business. You don't throw a bunch of money into it and hope that you'll get your recoup in 2 years. I mean, you can, but that's high risk with low reward. You put a little bit of money in it, get it running, break even on the investment, and then start putting a little bit more money into it to make it a little bit more. If it costs you $500 to get started, you want to start turning $1,000 profit before you start putting another $500 in. Or if you're paying $500 a month, you want to start getting paid back $1,000 a month before you start putting an extra $500 down to double down. Your original 500 will still be there, but you'll be getting a $500 profit if you're getting back $1,000 off of every 500 that you're putting in. And at that point, you can take that $500 and use that to double down and bring in more clientele, or pay somebody else $500 out of the 1,000 so that they can do the work for you. That is one of the ways that you scale. Because if that person is dealing with the clientele, you can focus more on scaling. If you scale enough work for 2 or 3 people while they're handling the workload, when they got more clients than they can handle, you're helping them. Now you've got enough room to verify that you've got enough for a second person's salary. That's how you scale, right? So I have since used this exact same framework to build my own business and have helped dozens of others do some of the same things. And we start from scratch. So in tonight's show, after almost 4 hours of talking about all kinds of other things that we have done to make ourselves better, I'm going to give you guys the unsexy 4-step plan that shows you exactly how to do this. So you can find a problem and get your first paying customer and make your first $1,000. So this is going to be a practical guide for the rest of us who don't know what's going on. It's going to be the ones who don't have a huge budget or a massive following. You guys can utilize this and y'all can try to make yourselves legitimately successful. And this is going to be a plan that actually works. So let's get in it. The single biggest reason people fail to make their first dollar online isn't a lack of good ideas. It's not a lack of effort. It's analysis paralysis. And it's fueled by an industry that profits from your confusion. So you're told that you need a perfect website, a beautiful logo, an LLC, a registered trademark, an email list of over 10,000 people, and a full suite of enterprise level software before you can even think about making an offer. Honestly, that's a lie. Okay. It's a very expensive lie as well that keeps you busy with tasks that feel like progress but produce zero income. You spend 3 weeks choosing the perfect shade of blue for your logo, 2 months learning a complex software you don't need, and 6 months building your brand on social media with absolutely nothing to sell. All of this is just procrastination disguised as preparation. And the real goal gets pushed further and further away, which is making that first dollar. So the core issue here is that you're trying to build a business on a mountain of assumptions. You assume people want your product. You assume they'll pay for it. You assume you know how to reach them, but you haven't actually tested any of it. So you spend thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours building something only to launch it to the sound of crickets. Now, we're going to flip that model on its head. The philosophy we're going to use is a simplified version of what startups call the lean startup method. Don't let the name scare you. It boils down to one simple, powerful idea. Test your main assumption before you invest any serious time or money. Instead of a ready, aim, fire approach, think of it as a ready, aim, fire. You take a small shot, you see where it lands, and then you adjust. In business, this is a feedback loop. Build, measure, learn, which is what we've been talking about all night. You build the smallest possible thing to test your idea. You measure how people react, ideally with their wallets, by buying whatever it is you're offering. You learn from that data, and then you iterate or improve. Now, this entire 4-step plan is built around that loop. It's designed to get you from idea to paying customer as fast as possible, because a paying customer is the only form of validation that truly matters when you're starting up a business. A friend says your idea is cool isn't validation. Because if your friend's saying that your idea is cool, but he wants a free copy of it, he wants a free sample of it, that's not value to you. Any friend that is willing to pay full price for your product is showing value in your product. Okay. 1,000 likes on an Instagram post isn't validation. Someone typing their credit card information into a payment form to give you actual money for a solution, that is validation. Having 82,000 people watch my podcast isn't validation. Listening to people talk about how their lives are better does kind of give me a self inflated ego, but the validation would be the number of people that pay for the membership, the number of people that use the referral link that I put up on a show earlier and start up an account to invest for themselves, but I get the $1,000 a year worth of referral credits that I can also invest in a brokerage account as well at $5 a person. That's a lot of people to sign up and $5 a person up to $1,000. So when you get paid off of something, that's the validation. So let's put away this distraction. Close the tab where you're comparing 50 different website builders. Stop worrying about your business name. And for now, just think about how none of that really matters. We have one goal: get to $1,000 in revenue by following 4 simple, unsexy steps. And this is the foundation of your entire business. And it's the step most people get completely wrong. They start with a solution. They fall in love with their brilliant idea for an app and a course or a gadget. They think, I'm going to build this amazing thing, without ever stopping to ask, who is this for and what painful problem does it solve? You know why lawyers exist? Because we need legal advice. We need legal representation. You know why college exists? Because businesses want a certificate that shows that you know what the fuck you're doing. That's why colleges exist. Because if more jobs would hire you based on what you're willing to do, you would have less need for a college. Because every job application for a job that pays you more than $60,000 a year requires you to show them proof of a bachelor's degree, they've made going to college mandatory. So the business itself validates the college. Because without that, you wouldn't need the college. Because the on-the-job skill training has shit to do with what you learn in college. What textbook in college showed you how to run a business? That's my point. So, look, you don't need a brilliant, world-changing, unique idea. In fact, unique ideas are often the most dangerous because they're unproven. What you need is a painful, urgent, expensive problem that a specific group of people are already trying to solve, right? You're looking for a splinter in someone's finger that's bothering them every single day, not a theoretical vitamin they should probably take. People would gladly pay to have a splinter removed. They'll put off taking vitamins forever. So, where do you find these painful problems? You become a problem detective. First, start with yourself and your immediate circle. I call this the I wish method. What do you complain about all the time? What tasks at your job are incredibly inefficient or frustrating? What do your friends and family grumble about? Make a list. I wish there was an easier way to track my freelance project expenses. My mom is always complaining about how complicated it is to set up her new smartphone. My friend who runs a coffee shop says he's wasting hours every week trying to schedule his employees. These are all potential starting points. Next, you go where your target audience already hangs out online. This is an absolute gold mine for business ideas. Go to Reddit. Find subreddit related to a profession, hobby, or group that you understand. And if you're a graphics designer, you go to our graphics design. If you're into woodwork, go to our woodwork. Look for the paint. Use the search bar within the subreddit and look for phrases like how do I, or I'm frustrated with, can anyone recommend, or I'm struggling with. And you will find hundreds of thousands of people describing their problems in their own words. And they are literally giving you the exact language for your future marketing. Do the same in Facebook groups, niche forums, and even the comment section of popular YouTube videos or blogs in specific industries. Come here and do it. If you see the same complaints popping up over and over again, you're likely finding a very painful, widespread problem. But finding the problem is only half the battle. The critical filter, the thing that separates a hobby from a business, is confirming that people are willing to pay for a solution, because there are problems that people won't spend money on, because those problems will end up not being a business idea. Those are not the problems that you want to focus on. This brings us to the most valuable and most uncomfortable and most critical skill that you want to develop. Talk to potential customers. I know, it sounds terrible, but it is far less terrifying than spending a year building something nobody wants, wasting all your money on it, then finding out that you tried and failed. Your goal in these conversations is not to pitch your idea. In fact, you shouldn't even mention your idea. Your goal is to be a journalist, learning about their life and their problems. Reach out to people in your target group. And if your idea is for freelance writers, DM 5 writers on LinkedIn or Twitter and say, hey, I'm doing some research on a freelance writing industry and notice that you're a prominent writer. Would you be open to a quick 15-minute chat about your experiences? I'm not selling anything. Make sure you tell them about that. Once you get them on the call, guide the conversation with one open-ended question. What about what they've done in the past? That's what you want to talk about. An open-ended question about what they have done in the past. Now, people aren't great at predicting the future, but they are very good at telling you what they've already done. Ask questions like, tell me about the last time you dealt with whatever the problem is. What was that experience like? And what was the hardest part about that? What have you tried to do to solve this on your own, right? This is key questions. If they haven't tried to solve it, it's probably not a painful problem. If they've tried to duct tape the problem together, 3 different spreadsheets, or bought 2 or 3 other apps that didn't quite work, you've found a real pain. What did you like or not like about those other solutions, right? Finally, after you thoroughly understand their problem, you can greatly test their willingness to pay. And you can say something like, hypothetically, if a solution exists that helped you achieve whatever the outcome is, would that be something you'd find valuable enough to pay for? And if they say yes, you follow up with the magic question. So just tell me, to help me understand the value, what would you see that value look like as something you'd pay for? Say $20 for $100 for $500. What do you think? And this gives you a ballpark of their perceived value and tells you whether you have a small ticket or a high ticket offer on your hands. After these conversations, you should have a much clearer picture. Now it's time to test your offer with a minimal viable test, or MVP. Again, we're not building a product yet. we're building a simple tool to test whether someone will exchange money for the promise of a solution. And there are two beautiful, unsexy ways to do this. First is the landing page test. You use a dead simple website builder like Carrd, Carrd, which costs about $19 a year. So it's not that hard, it's not going to hurt you. Create a single web page. On this page, you don't list your product's features, you describe the customer's happy future. Use the exact language you heard in your interview. Headline: stop wasting hours on invoicing and get paid 2 times faster. Put a body together, like a few bullet points on the outcome. For example, imagine sending a professional invoice in 30 seconds. Automatically track who has paid and who is overdue. Spend your time on billable work and not admin. At the bottom, you have a button. This button is your whole experiment, and it could say pre-order now for $49 or get the first month for $29. This button links to a simple payment processor like Gumroad or Stripe, or actually PayPal. Still really good for those people who are archived in the old school. The goal is to see if a real person would read your entire promise and be compelled enough to pull the trigger on their credit card. If you send 100 qualified people to this page and 2 of them buy it, you have a validated business idea. You also have your first revenue. Now you can email those 2 customers, thank them, and explain that you're building the product for them. The second, and arguably even more effective method, is the manual service test. This is the ultimate way to get paid to learn. So let's say your research points in the direction of a B2B payment coaching, helping small businesses that export goods save money on international payments. It's pretty decent. You can make this worldwide. Instead of building a course, you are going to be the software. Go on LinkedIn and find people with owner or founder in their title at companies that export physical products. You know you're going to find them because people are arrogant. You send them a direct message. Hi, whoever their name is, I am a payments consultant helping experts reduce fees and delays. I've noticed companies like yours often struggle with whatever they're dealing with. Focus on their pains. I'm offering a one-time 90-minute payment process audit for $299, where all of the stuff that I'm going to be offering for you personally, reviewing your current workflow, and provide a concrete plan to save you money. Are you interested? Yes or no? Worst they can say is no. 3 people say yes, you just made $900. Now, if 2 people said yes on the first thing, if they hit the $49.99, you got $100 off of that. If they hit the $29.99, you got $60. 3 people hit this, you got $900. So you have anywhere between $960 and $1,000 just by play testing the idea. Now, all you've got to do is just deliver whatever it was that they were offering or that they were asking for. You get on a Zoom call, they share their screen, you take a ton of notes, you create a sample Google Doc or PDF report with your recommendations. It's manual, it's not scalable yet, but who cares? You're getting paid to learn the exact problem of your customer, which becomes the raw materials for a scalable product later on. At the end of September 1st, you shouldn't have a finished product or a fancy website. You should have one thing: proof proof in the form of a pre-order, a paid sign-up, or your first paying clients. And this proof is your green light to move on. Now, if you have your validation, you've already hit your first grand. If you've had 2 people pre-order and 3 people sign on, you got your first $1,000, which is the core investments for the product. Now you're not paying out of pocket to scale up. A real person has either paid you or promised to pay you. This is where you are. The temptation now is to crawl back into your cave and build the perfect product. You think it works. Now I need to build the all singing, all dancing version with every feature I can dream up. You have to fight that urge with everything you've got. Your goal here isn't to build a business, it's to design a simple, profitable offer that you can deliver to your first 5 customers. And one of the things that you have to realize is that the core product should be able to serve and be maintenanceable with your first 5 customers, especially if you're operating off of a subscription. Because one of the best parts about this is that adding more to the product can allow you to scale up the cost of the product by having a more premium package available. Y'all see it with T-Mobile. They have a service plan. They have a base service plan. They have a more expensive service plan. Then you have the premium service plan. Then a few months or a couple years later, they will order a new premium, where the first premium is now the second most valuable or most expensive, and your base premium disappears. So they went from 30, 70, 100 to now having 150, and then the 30 disappears, and now the base level is 70. And then they'll do it again and do 150, they'll have a 300, and then the base 70 disappears. Now the lowest one you're going to get is 150. You have a 300 and a 350 or 400, and you're looking like, well, shit. That's how you scale up. Because the higher price is getting everything from the lower tier. You're never going to retract something that's already being provided. You're adding something else and charging more for it. And when enough people are willing to pay for more, the people at the bottom raise the rates. But by raising the rates, you're guaranteeing more. You can grandfather certain people into the guaranteed lower prices so that you don't lose your base level of income. But you're doing away with the older tiers. So they're going to get all of the stuff that they've always been paying for, but they can't cancel the subscription and then come back and onto the same old, because that doesn't exist anymore. The $30 plan doesn't exist anymore. The $70 plan is the lowest one we got now. Or the $70 plan doesn't exist anymore, and the $150 plan is the lowest we got right now. But if you got the $70 plan back when the $70 plan existed, you'll keep the $70 plan for the life of the contract, right? You got to remember that you need to define exactly what you're selling, who you're selling to, and for how much you're going to be selling it for. These are the main things that you have to pay attention to. And this is going to be where we create one-page plans. Forget a 50-page business plan. They talked about that in school, in the business degree. That's for getting a bank loan. This, what we're talking about right here, is for getting clarity. Open a Google Doc and write down these 5 headlines. Audience: who specifically are you helping? Small businesses is not an answer. Etsy sellers in the UK who create personalized jewelry and make between $500 and $2,000 a month is an answer. That whole sentence there, that's an answer. The more specific you are, the easier it is to find them and speak their language. Be a big fish in a small pond. That's the best way to blow up. The problem in one sentence is what you need to have. What's the number one painful problem you're solving for this particular audience? Use their words from your interviews. So try to get it down word for word. If they struggle, to calculate accurate shipping costs for international orders, which leads to lost profits or abandoned carts. Your solution, you're going to offer what is the simplest, most direct fix for that particular problem. And this is not a list of 50 features. It is a clear, concise description. For example, a one-time 60-minute essay shipping setup. And this setup call is going to be including a custom rate sheet PDF or a 20-page ebook called the International SD Seller Shipping Guide, which, if you put all of that information together yourself, you can sell that information separately on your site, but include it for free on the package deal of your service. So people who are not interested in talking to you can just buy the ebook, and you could be making money on the side off of that ebook. However, as you negotiate yourself with other people, you're like, hey, this $29.99 ebook, I'll give it to you for free with your sign up. But you're charging $2.99 for the sign up. That $30 book is factored into the $2.99, because that $30 ebook is a digital book that you put together one time and you're selling copies of it. No extra cost to you, no extra effort. Send them a link to it. But it needs to be something that you can deliver fast to a brand new customer. Your revenue model is something else you need to pay attention to. How much are you charging and how? For your first $1,000, you want to keep it simple. A one-time fee is the easiest way to get started. How do you pick a number? You don't price based on your time. You price based on the value you create for your customer. This is going to be called value-based pricing. If your help saves that SD seller $100 a month, charging $200 once is a fantastic deal for them. A good rule of thumb is to provide at least 10 times the value of your price. So if you're going to save them, if they're spending $100 a month on this issue, and you're going to charge them, you're going to save them $100 a month on this issue, you're going to charge them $200. That means that you're going to have to give them $2,000 worth of value. So to get that $100,000, the math is going to be simple. It could be 2 clients at $500, 5 at $200, or 10 at $100. Pick a price that feels a little scary, but that you can say with confidence is doable. Now you're going to work on the main channel. How will you find your first 5 customers? Notice, I said 5, not 5,000. And one channel, not 10. You need to pick one single focused way to get customers and ignore everything else. If your audience is on LinkedIn, your channel is LinkedIn DMs. If you're a specific Facebook group, your channel is adding value in that group and connecting with people. You don't try to be on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and LinkedIn all at once. Pick one, master it. That's the best way to do this, right? With this one-page plan done, you have a clear roadmap. Now, the best type of offer is to start with a service. And this is by far the best way to go. Selling a service, whether you call it consulting, coaching, or freelancing, has the highest profit margin because your main inventory is your time and your knowledge. There are no manufacturing costs for this. no shipping costs for this, and minimum software fees. The B2B payments coach is a service. The SD shipping consulting is a service. You could even offer a done for you service. For example, you find a local plumber with a terrible website. You offer to rewrite their main page and optimize it for local searches for a one-time fee of $1,000. That's a good service. The other category is the info products, like an ebook or a course. These are great because they're scalable, but they work best after you've delivered solutions as the service first. Why is this? Because working with 5 to 10 clients one-on-one will refine your process, get your testimony, and show you exactly where people get stuck. And that manual process that you develop becomes the exact curriculum for your future courses. You're de-risking the product by proving the method with paying service clients first. Then after you've proven that the method works, when you make your ebook and post it up on your site, they can buy the ebook and not even talk to you. Now, a lot of people are going to think, well, fuck, if they're buying a book, then why am I putting all this effort to get all these clients? Well, because in order for the book to have value, these clients have to have a problem that they're willing to pay for. You have to solve the problem. Then you put the problem in a book. Then other people buy the book. The difference is now the book will gain traction online. You no longer have to do anything, and people will come and buy the book and do it themselves. That is a revolving level of currency that requires very little effort outside of if the link didn't work after they show you proof of purchase. Now you're just checking in with them to make sure that the products function, which is less work than chasing down more clients. That's something that not a lot of people think about. So for step 2, the mission is going to be clear. You want to define your niche's problem, focus on that problem, and then add a simple offer on one specific page. And you can actually knock this out with a squeeze page and a $20 web domain from GoDaddy or something like that. Decide on a value-based price that gets you to the $1,000 with just a handful of clients. And then use that $1,000 to reinvest into your ability to scale up. Choose a service model to start with. You're not building a big automated machine just yet. You are craftsmen getting ready to deliver a high quality hands-on solution. Now, after we've covered finding a real problem and designing a simple offer, this is going to be the strategic core of the plan. But I know this is also where most people get stuck overthinking everything. So to help you break through this, I put together a lot of information on a simple one page business template that's going to be up in the membership, exactly like some of the stuff that you would describe from what I've been talking about earlier today in trying to apply yourself with some of your clients. And if you need a downloadable PDF opportunity, just send me a message in the membership where you'll be able to put that information together in under an hour and get you some clarity. That'll help you move forward. Now, you have to remember the perfect tool to get you from thinking to doing is exactly what we're covering next. So the least sexy, but one of the most important steps is we're handling the admin side of the business, legal and financial setups. And this is where so many aspiring entrepreneurs make a huge and massive, costly mistake. They do it all backwards. They spend weeks researching LLCs versus S corporations. They spend thousands on a lawyer for a product that doesn't exist yet. They sign up for $150 a month accounting software before they have a single transaction to record. Uh, and this is like buying a fleet of delivery trucks before you sold your first cupcake. It's a complete waste of your two most precious resources, your time and your money. The unsexy philosophy is going to be simple. Handle the formal setup after you get revenue, not before. Here's the correct capital efficient sequence. First, your only goal is to get your first paying customer. In most places like the United States, you can legally accept money for a service as a sole proprietor without any special registrations. Your business is just you. For that first client, they can pay you directly. It is that simple. The most important thing is to validate the offer and get money in the door. Second, the moment that first payment hits your personal bank account, your very next task is to open a separate business bank account. This is the most crucial financial step that you can take. Do not mix your personal and business finances together, which is why I tell you to have over 100 bank accounts across 50 states in the United States. And then when you start talking about business bank accounts, you want to have at least one in every market area. So 6 across the country, or at least one in every state that your business is doing business in. So don't mix your business and personal. It is a huge headache for tracking your business's health and a complete nightmare at tax time. And it is also a second nightmare when you're trying to get business loans because you have to show your debt to income. And if your personal debt is mixed into your business debt, they're going to overestimate your debt and underestimate your profits. You don't need a fancy bank. Many online banks offer free business checking accounts and the first stack of checkbooks for free. From this point forward, all business revenue goes into that account. All business expenses come out of that account. And you don't start paying yourself out of the business bank account until you have stabilized generate revolving revenue. Whatever goes into the business bank account is going to be utilized to help build up the business. So you're probably working a primary job while you're working on this, or if you living off of somebody else as a young adult, 18, 19, 20 years old, or 20 to 25, and you're still in college and you're living off your student loans and you're doing this, you want to reinvest whatever comes into the business, you want to reinvest that into the business for at least the first year to 2 years until you are making more money than what you need to stabilize the company. And then you start paying yourself. You don't pay yourself first. You want to take the principal, turn it into profits. So the third thing you're going to need to do is a professional way to accept those payments. Asking for a direct bank transfer is fine for the first client, but it is not a great long-term look. Sign up for a payment processor. Stripe or PayPal, like I told you before, it takes about 15 minutes to set up the account. They handle the credit card processing securely and make your small operation look more professional and trustworthy. You can even create a second invoice directly from these platforms and send it to them and keep it for your records. Fourth thing you want to do is track your income and expenses. Again, you don't need a complex software. Opening a simple Google Sheet, Excel spreadsheet is two different ways that you can do it. Create 5 columns: date, client, name, service, description, revenue, and expense. That's like 7, but that's all you got to do. Every time money comes in, add a row. Every time you have a business expense, like the $19 for your card landing page, add a row. At the end of the month, you can sum the revenue and subtract the expenses to find your own profit. This is a simple ledger That is all you need to know if you're actually making money. Now, let's talk about the big one, forming an LLC, limited liability company. An LLC creates a legal separation between you and your business. It means if your business gets sued, your personal assets like your house, your car, and your savings account are generally protected. It is an important layer of protection. But when you do this, you have to ask yourself, when do you need this? The answer again is going to be after you have proof of a viable business. Once you've made your first $1,000 or even your first $2,000 and have a clear path to consistent income, that is the time that you invest in forming an LLC. The cost varies, but it's an expense that you incur when the business has proven it can afford it, not on day one. Pre-revenue tasks is not when you're supposed to be doing this. After you get revenue, and think about this, tax identification numbers for the business usually cost between $230 $300. If you made your first $1,000 to $2,000, you're taking your profit and paying for your tax identification number. By the time you made your first $2,000, you know what the hell you're calling your business. And once you know what the hell you're calling your business, now you can buy the tax identification number. That's the first thing you need to do. And I'm going to tell you real quick while we're on this particular portion of it. Make sure that it is an annual thing, not a quarterly. Because if you got quarterly, you got to send them a tax return every quarter. And if you don't, they'll do you penalties. You can get your tax refund at the end of the year if you overpaid, but quarterly is not where you want to be at. You want to have your business structured in a way where you're doing annual reports to the IRS, where you only got to do it once a year. Okay. Then the theme of this particular setup is going to turn into minimizing costs and complexity until there are absolute necessary requirements to expand. So you don't need an office. You don't need your kitchen table. You can do it on your lap, but you could do it on your kitchen table. You could do it on a fold out somewhere. You don't need expensive software. Use free, low cost alternatives. Google Docs for proposals. Calendly is a free tier for scheduling calls that can be linked to your Google Calendar, which is linked to your email, which can notify you of what you've got going on. And ironically, you can use your Google Calendar for your business to have a what do they call those? Embedded calendar on your website where people can go to the website and book appointments with you based on your availability. And then the only structuralized problem is that if you're using the same Google Calendar for your personal life, so I would suggest that you have a business calendar and a personal calendar. But if you have a business calendar, when you've got stuff going on in your personal life, you want to book that as a meeting on your business calendar. You don't want to say, going to court on your business calendar. You want to say, uh, client conference or something like that on your business calendar for the exact same time as you're going to court. So you're unavailable during that period of time. And it actually looks like you're generating a lot of business on your website because you're booked up for certain days. You can even do that like your day off is all booked up with client meetings. And like, shoot, yeah, I'm off on Thursdays, but shoot, I got 8 meetings on Thursday. Like, damn, everybody's buying up Thursday, right? That's that whole saying, fake it till you make it part. Now, your simple spreadsheet for accounting is going to be simple enough. Your first hire isn't an employee, it is a part-time contractor that you bring on when your time is clearly more valuable spent on making money. So when you're bringing on somebody, the overflow of work is what you're passing on to that person. But that only happens when you don't have enough time to get the work done while you're expanding on bringing in more clientele. Now you teach that guy how to do it, you're passing that guy the clients. Now, as they master what they're doing, you're mastering bringing in more clients and sending it to them. Y'all build a system. You can teach that person to start bringing in the clients and handling the clients. And then you can hire another person to handle the clients, where the first person you hired is now teaching the second person you hired how to get the job done. So now you've got your first person bringing in the clients, your second person handling the clients, you're bringing in more clients, and now you got two people working on clients and two people handling the clients out of three people. See how that works? You just expanded. Now, to recap step 3, you got to get paid first. Then open a separate bank account, set up a professional payment system, track everything as simply as possible, formalize your legal structure once the business has a pulse, and can pay for its own protection. This keeps cash in your pocket and your focus on what actually matters. So you're not spending $50,000 on a startup. You spent 5 hours on 6 phone calls, 3 emails, and making $1,000 worth of sales. You took the profits off of the investment on the prototype to expand on getting the business. Instead of taking those profits and putting them in your pocket, you took the profits and expanded on the business. That's a lot easier to fuck with. Even if you're doing this on part-time, that's a lot easier to fuck with, because you're able to say, well, if I'm going to spend 4 hours a day every day doing this, I lock in 3 customers a month doing this, they give me $30 a person doing this, I just made $90. All right, well, you improve this in a way and you've got a handful of people that's willing to give you $2.99 for it. You get 3 people to give you $2.99 for it in month 2, or even in month 3, you just made $1,090 off of 6 customers. But $1,090, and all you did was put up effort, no money, effort. See what I'm saying? That is a better way to go. Now, the final step is where the magic happens. It is where you close the loop and turn your little offer into a real growing business. But the word launch has been totally corrupted by the guru industry. A launch is not some multi-day high-pressure event with a countdown timer and a webinar that costs $50,000 to produce. Your launch is sending that first invoice. Your launch is delivering that manual service to your first client. Your launch is hitting publish on the Gumround page for your $39.99 ebook. A launch isn't the first line, it is the starting line. So it's not that finish line when you got there and, oh, we finished building a product and this is the first line of offense we're going to start. No, it's right when you get started. That's the launch. It's the beginning of the most important phase, which is the feedback loop. When we first started talking about that, like 45 minutes ago, the first launch is the first person that paid you and you gave them a product after they paid you. This is a practical application of that build, measure, learn cycle. And we've been talking about that for the majority of the day, ironically. It's a continuous process, not a one-time thing. Here's how it works. First, you build minimally, the least amount that you need to be successful. You deliver the simplest possible version of your offer. If you sold a consulting service, you get on the call and you deliver that. So you're not just getting them to give you money for nothing on a prayer and a dream, hoping that something will ever come, like they did you with the Cybertruck in 2019, and they produced you with garbage and still in 2025. Over 2 million people are still on that waiting list, wondering if they should get their money back or wait for the truck to improve. Instead, you produce an offer that you can produce now, and they pay you for it, and you give it to them. So this is legitimate work here. You're going to do all the work manually, take notes as you go along, and give it your best shot. But you don't over prepare for it. As Reid Hoffmans, the founder of LinkedIn, famously said, if you are not embarrassed by your first version of your product, you've launched too late. I started a couple businesses and I was extremely embarrassed by the first name of the business, but we're still operating, we're still running. Second thing is that you measure what matters. Once your offer is in a customer's hands, you need to collect feedback from them, their satisfaction, what they like, what they didn't like, what you can improve. But you have to focus on the right matrix. Vanity matrix like the likes, the views, or the followers won't help you here. They feel good because people are liking your show, and they feel good because people are following your content, but they're not buying shit. Right? That doesn't pay the bills. I got 82,000 people here, but if I don't got 82,000 people giving me $1, that doesn't pay the bills. It would be different if I had 82,000 people on my membership. That would be meaningful. But 82,000 people that watch the show, hey, I talk to 82,000 people every night of the week, getting mine off of the ads. The matrix that matters most right now are buys, repeats, and complaints. See what I'm saying? Yeah. And this is the wild part, because anybody who's anybody can take time out of their day and solve somebody else's problem for a price. Anybody. That's how Uber got built. Lyft got built because Uber didn't have a big enough market. Wolf is a private security company that does it's a rideshare armed security company that does the same thing that Uber and Lyft does for a higher premium, and now you got protection. They took what Uber and Lyft did, added guns to the situation, and charge a higher premium. They operate out of Georgia. All it took was people to say, I don't feel safe in my Uber car. That's all right. Your driver's got guns now. Pay us extra. That's all it took. Find a problem, find a solution to the problem, charge a fee for it. If they'll pay for it, start small, sell it to a handful of people, get a profit off of it, use the profit to service more people, get more money from more people, and use and make sure that the profits that you're getting is more than the expenses to run the operation. That's how you expand. That way you're not, instead of you spending $50,000 to start up, you can spend $100 to start up, make back $2,000, put your $100 back into your pocket, and use the other $1,900 to expand this business. By the time you get to a certain position where you're making $10,000 in a year, you can show a financial model that this business is scalable, and then turn that into a business plan that you can go to the SBA and get a business loan. Now you can get 50 grand and put down on this loan because you're making 10 grand. So you've got the 20% to pay them back. You get a $50,000 loan for 5 years and use that $50,000 loan to expand your business. Nothing is coming out of your pocket. And you're able to take some of the profits from the clients that you're bringing in and pay on the loan. But you're also able to expand faster. But you can also do this organically, because if you've already got a full-time job, you can do this on the part-time. And if you're doing this on the part-time, you can turn this from a hobby to a side hustle to a full-on business. And at the very beginning, the most important data is going to be qualitative, meaning value. You need to talk to your first handful of customers. This is not optional. After you deliver your service or they consume your product, whatever it is, get them on a quick 15-minute follow-up call or send them a personal email with 3 powerful questions, because emails work really well because they can send you the text. You can copy and paste and put their response on your web page as positive reviews that cycle through your page. You could take screenshots of their company and their company's logo and put it up there with their review and put it up on your show. You can do a double down and have links directly to their company's website where they can click on the comment and see the company that gave the review. Squeeze pages. Certain questions like, what was the single most valuable part of this for you? This tells you what your core value is and what to double down on in your marketing strategy. Ask questions like, what was the most confusing or frustrating part? This tells you what you need to fix immediately, what wasn't working well with the customer. You want to ask them what's one thing that's missing that would make this a complete no-brainer solution for you. And this tells you what you need to build next, the things that you're missing. Third, you want to learn and iterate. You take their answers and you make a decision. You either iterate or you pivot. You improve it, you scale it up, or you switch gears. To iterate means making small improvements to your offer. Let's go back to that B2B payment coaching example. Try this. You launch by delivering your first payment process audit to an exporter for $299. You measure by getting on a feedback call. They say this was great, a 7 out of 10. You helped me spot where we're losing money. But it would have been a 10 out of 10 if you given me a script to use when I call my bank to negotiate better rates. I'm not sure what to say. You learn the insight is that the audit is valuable, but the client needs a tool to take action. So you iterate. For your very next client, you improve the offer. I'm not telling you to do more work for less money. You raise the price to $349 from $299. You just raised the price $50. And now you include a new deliverable 1-page bank notation script. So the base plan that you thought was a good idea from the first call you got from LinkedIn led you to the first customer that paid you the $299, and now the improvement idea is going to be $50 more. So if they don't want to pay for the negotiation script, they get the bare minimum audit. Tier system. You just made an offer more valuable and you can charge more for it based on real feedback, not guesswork. And this is the unsexy loop. And sometimes the feedback tells you to pivot, to make more fundamental changes. Maybe no one is buying your ebook, but everyone keeps asking if you could just do the work for them. That's a signal to pivot from the product to the service. Or maybe your clients are happy, but they don't have the budget to pay what you need to charge. That might signal to pivot to serving larger companies with the same problem, but a bigger budget. So instead of hitting those one-on-ones, you might need to hit a small business. This loop of launch, learn, and iterate is how you scale from $1,000 to $10,000 and beyond. You start by delivering a service manually to 5, 10, and 20 times. After you've gotten that experience, with each client, you refine your process, you improve your deliverables, and collect testimonials. Now, one of the side things that I would tell you about your ebooks, as you refine your ebooks, if you're creating these ebooks yourself, You're going to be going off of a step-by-step how-to method, and how-to books and do-it-yourself books are bestsellers. Because everybody wants to know how to get shit done themselves so that they don't got to pay a professional to do it for them. And if you've got a detailed how-to to get started, and then you've got a volume 2, and then you've got a volume 3, and then you've got a volume 4. You see what's going on here. You've got a collection like Harry Potter. And you can, if one book won't sell, 5 books will. The one book won't sell because it ain't got enough information in it, but 5 books will. I tell you what, each one of the books might be sold for $29.95. And 5 books will be $150. You could have the collection up there for $100. $50 value. They buy the collection to get the 3rd book. There you go. They've got the 1, 2, and 3 is included in the triplet. You see what I'm saying? It's just like when you go to the grocery store, you see in Walmart, you see the 42 different flavors of chips in a box. You only want like 3 of them. The others that are in there, the other flavors that are in there, you didn't want that. But the ones that you wanted, that's what you bought the case for. That's what bundles are for. You take the product that people really want, spotlight that in a bundle with products that they're okay with, but they weren't really chasing. For a discounted rate in comparison to buying each one of the items separately, they'll buy the whole collection. A bag of chips is 25 cents a bag. You'll pay $10 for 42 bags of chips to get 30 bags of chips that you didn't even want. Because the other 20 bags of chips that you wanted was in that box. Bundling. Right? Now, after you collect those testimonials of the customers that you satisfied, these testimonials are going to be pure gold. And after you have proven repeatable processes that gets results, now you can think about scaling. You want to refine this by yourself, and then you want to scale it. Now you can turn that service into a group coaching program, or you can finally build that online course. Because after you make the books, this is where the bundle comes from. You made the ebooks, they're sold. You start making the courses. The course can be bundled, can be set at a specific price, and the course can have the book in the course, where the information that they need off of the course requires them to buy the book too. So now they're forced to get the book. Well, instead of them buying a book separate, they buy the course in a bundle with the book. Now you follow along with the book and use the course to use the book to do this yourself. That's how you piece it all together. Now you're turning this into a do-it-yourself scenario where instead of you doing all of the consultation work and getting them all set up, those DUIers, they can knock that out for themselves and you got paid for it. Because you know with 100% certainty what needs to be in this course, you can build a landing page for the course and feature your 5 best testimonies right there in front of the course at the top. And this is going to be how you build a real, substantial, and sustainable business. Not on hope, but on proven results. The goal of step 4 is to embrace that your first offer will be very imperfect. It's a rough draft. That's the whole point. You use your first customers not just as a source of revenue, but as your most valuable source of intelligence. You listen, you learn, you improve. So there it is, the unsexy 4-step plan that we were supposed to talk about 4 hours ago. to your first $1,000. It is not about finding a secret hack or a magic bullet. It is a methodical framework that prioritizes action over analysis and validation over assumption. So let's quickly recap real quick. Step one, find a painful, expensive problem. And expensive is expensive to them, not expensive to you. Expensive problem by being a problem detective. Then test if people will actually pay for a solution by talking to the people who have the problem. Step two, design a small, simple, and profitable offer on a single page, usually a squeeze page, WordPress, something like that, and start with a service. Step three, make it official, but in the right order. Get paid, then separate your finances and set up your system. That's how you make it official. Get paid first, then separate your finances, then set up your system. Step four, launch small. List instantly on social media, but listen to the feedback that you get from them. From your first customer to your fifth customer, and you want to use all of that feedback to consistently iterate and improve your product. And whenever you add something else to the product, you can always charge a premium for it. You have your base offer, which was the first 5 people that were like, yeah, this is what's up. I need this. Then you have your tier 2, which is what they said could have made your product better. Then you have your tier 3 for the extra stuff that people want, the consultation, the ebooks, the webinar, the coaching class. These are all extra services that can be added to the initial pitch. Maintenance, monthly maintenance, doing it for them, you got to pay for convenience. The difference between the person who dreams about starting a business and the person who actually does it isn't the quality of their idea. It is their willingness to do this boring and unsexy work. Now, didn't we say a few hours ago that faith without work is dead? If you want to have a big business, you can't just talk about, I wish I had one. You got to put forth the effort to go get it. And it's going to be the courage to talk to the customers, to have the humility to sell something before it feels perfect, and the discipline to listen and improve yourselves. And I'm going to be honest with you, ladies, I don't like taking shots, but I got to take shots right now. One of the things that'll make women successful in business as well as in relationships is if you ask the men, what do they want? What do they need? And how can you help? Listen, don't argue, don't talk back, don't harbor resentment, and follow instructions. You will be happy in your marriage, you will be happy in your relationship, and you will be successful in your business. This is real talk, ladies. That's just for y'all, because men do this all the time just to get their foot in the door, but women don't have to do this. So if y'all do this as women, y'all show more value than the men, because all men expect other men to say, hi, how can I help you? That shit sounds corny at a fast food restaurant, but let a woman in a 3-piece suit walk up to me and ask me, how can I help you? Shit, I got a personal assistant. I'll pay extra for that. And she fine. You ain't had to do nothing but show up to make money. And you making money without shaking your tail feather. Damn. This plan isn't going to be glamorous. It won't get you on the cover of a magazine. You won't be trending on social media. Your IG ain't going to blow up because of this. But if you've already got a social media platform, you can advertise your product on your platform. You already got a market base. However, this is the most reliable, lowest risk path to making your first $1,000 online. And one of the reasons why I talk about this is because, and this is going to be more important than anything, it will build a foundation for a real sustainable business on online, which means that you can take your work anywhere. You're not building the kind of brick and mortar business that requires you to get out of bed every day, get dressed, get in your car, and drive to your company and unlock the doors to service people. You are building the kind of business where you can sit in a comfortable chair, appropriately dressed, log onto your computer, and get paid from at the house. A home office starts meaning things when the office is being paid for by the computer. That spreads volumes all over the house. You get your 5-bedroom house because one of those bedrooms is going to be your office, and the computer pays for the house. But you're doing so good on the computer that you're in another country and the computer's paying for both houses, one in each country. All you need is functioning internet. But look, all of this information is going to be useless if you do not act on it. Your goal for this week is not to complete all 4 steps at one time. It is just to take the first small step. Pick one problem to investigate. Find one online community where your potential customers hang out and just listen to them bitch about the problem. Reach out to one person for a discovery call. Then let me know in the comments what niche or problem that you ended up trying to solve. Don't worry, I ain't gonna get in there and try to do it with your shit. I got plenty of stuff going on right here. But you know that I read and respond to every single one of the comments that y'all give. And if you found this practical, no hype advice helpful, if you haven't already subscribed, make sure you take the opportunity to hit that subscription button and also like the show. And one of the other things that I want to tell you guys is if you prioritize your own success, you will find yourself in a position where you will be satisfied with your future. And that's one of the things that we want to get to, because you can build the kind of legacy. And this is one of the best things about it, because you can build a legacy in different ways. Situation number is that you build a legacy that you can pass on to somebody else. It doesn't matter if it's one of your kids, one of your nieces and nephews. You can find a mentor or a mentee that is fascinated by your job and they want to take over the business, and you guys work out a contract where you keep getting a percentage out of the business and they take over the workload and you don't do nothing but you get paid. There's also the other opportunity where you're starting up this business, you're operating this thing, and then when you're interviewing potential suitors, instead of paying attention to how much money they spend, you find out what kind of business sense they got, and then you see how they can aid you in scaling up your business. So your first 5 dates with this dude is not about the fancy restaurant that y'all are going to. It is, can he help me double down on my business? If I'm a B2B consultant, is he a market analyst? Because that would really help me get my business off the ground. If I'm an SD shipping consultant, is he an import export agent? That would really help my business. If I'm any type of business structure consultant and he's any type of law firm that represents that type of business, that would help my situation. And the reason why it would help is because if you have the type of business that's doing consulting, especially when you're helping people with their business structure and their business setup, and you have a lawyer that has the experience in that business structure and that business setup, now you can have consulting with a legal aid that will protect the business's structure. That's more valuable than a regular consultant. A regular tax agent, a regular person that can give you financial advice, is not nearly as expensive as a licensed CPA. So if you're over here helping people get their finances together, get their accounting together and organized, and then you find that the person that you're talking to is a licensed tax agent, shit, let me show you what's going on with this paperwork over here, and you can dive in and help me with it. That's the kind of, when you're finding your potential suitor, when you're finding your potential partner, that's the kind of partner that you're looking for. You're looking for the kind of person that's going to dive in and make things better, not just spend a bunch of money on you. Now, we've got Saturday and Sunday. I got a lot of stuff I got to do for you guys because I've got to get Steven's show up there on how to improve the way you dress. I've got to get Michael's show up there about concierge nursing. I've got to spread your Saturdays up there. Your Sundays up there. So I'm going to be putting up a lot of stuff over the next couple of days. So even though I'm off for the next 2 days, I still got some stuff I got to tiptoe around. So I'm going to wrap things up with today. I want to say I really appreciate those of you who did the long stretch, because this 5-hour show is the longest one we've done since Donald Trump got elected president. It took a 6-hour show. So I want to thank you guys for coming to this and that. Before we go, I'm going to say, ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking you ladies to make it make sense. So ladies, please make it make sense. Fellas, I give y'all this information to help y'all become higher value men, because if you take the things in your life that you control and you put forth effort to change it, again, you will be satisfied with your life and then navigate around the things that you can't control. And ladies, if you use all of the information I gave you over the last 4 hours to start applying this to your 20-year plan, like I said before, you have to put your effort into it. Don't just build a 20-year plan and somebody else is going to work for you. You want to get a 20-year plan and start putting effort into it. And along the way, keep your eyes and ears open. The people that come and talk to you, it doesn't matter if a dude want to talk to you because you're hot. You want to interview this guy to find out if he's got the skill set to reach your 20-year plan. If he doesn't have the skill set to reach your 20-year plan, it doesn't matter if he's got a Maserati or a G-Wagon, or if he's spending $500 a night on a first date, because he's not going to benefit your tomorrow. But if you find the kind of guy that's got the right skill set and the right mentality that will benefit your ability to reach your 20-year plan, put him on a ticket and y'all can get there twice as fast. So as I said before, I really thank you guys for coming to this and that, playing that long haul with us tonight. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And I will see you guys tomorrow night, as soon as I can get this to wrap itself up. Just as soon as I was about to walk out the door, the thing just lagged for a little bit. So thank you guys again, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.